Good afternoon. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, fellow Agrians. I hope I've got that right. I'm getting wrong for calling it Agora. So hopefully I've got it right this time. But welcome. Welcome to AGORACON 2025, which is being hosted today from that wonderful city in the north of England, Newcastle upon Tyne, by A1 speakers, Newcastle. I'm one of your MCs today. I'm Michael Rickwood, and your other MC is Peter Ayres, who will be coming on shortly and introduce himself and to take you through some other bits and pieces. Going back 3 years, I was actually in the competition when I was at Nepal, and I must admit I found it quite a daunting task doing things online in front of a video camera. So I'm fully aware of how our contestants are feeling at the moment, and I'm looking forward to hearing their speeches. A1 Speakers has been around since 2009, but Peter's going to take you through more of that history, and Peter's going to give you a better idea as to where we come from and how we've set up and how we've gotten to where we are today. The AGORACON conference, I believe, is very, very important. It keeps everybody in touch with what's going on around the world. And it also gives people a chance to see how other countries fare and how they respond and how other contestants actually prepare their speeches and deliver their speeches. And it's always interesting to see and hear how those things actually occur. So for myself, I know I'm really, really looking forward to witnessing what's going to happen today. We've got a full agenda. Shortly, I'll be handing over to Alexander Hristrov to do the opening address. And hopefully, throughout the rest of this morning, you'll get a better understanding of where we are, who we are, and what our area is all about. For me, I'm really looking forward to listening to the prepared speeches. It's always interesting. It's always interesting to see how people put together ideas and how they string those ideas out to a conclusion. I love storytelling. That's one of my favorite parts of public speaking. And most of my speeches have been stories. The humorous speech, I think, is going to be really interesting to see, because I think putting humor into a speech is very difficult, because people see or hear things differently and have a different idea of what humor is about. So hitting the mark on that, I think, is very, very difficult. So I'm looking forward to hearing that. So here we are. I'm about now to hand over to Alexander Hristrov, to give the opening address and to start the competition fully. Alexander, over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Peter, Les, and thank you for our team for organizing this year's AGORACON. And thank you all Agorians for being here. But why are we here in the first place? I assume that we're all here because, in a way, we want to be more successful than we already are. We want to have better outcomes in life, leave the world better than we found it, or otherwise just create a better future for ourselves or our loved ones. And how is success achieved? Well, I'd like to take you back to the 70s with a famous experiment at Stanford, which came to be known later as the marshmallow experiment. And in the marshmallow experiment, they tested kids and they placed them in a room with a marshmallow, which at that time was a significant treat, apparently. And they told them, you can either have that marshmallow immediately, or you could wait 15 minutes and then I'll come back to the room, the researcher said, and I'll give you 2 marshmallows, or I'll give you a pretzel, or I'll give you whatever you prefer. And of course, there were kids that couldn't just resist the temptation of the marshmallow staring right there then and just ate it immediately. And there were kids that, delayed that gratification and waited for the researcher to come back, and then they got twice their reward. So that experiment came to be known as an experiment in delayed gratification. And one of the core conclusions of that experiment was that kids that were able to control their impulses and to delay that urge to gratify or satisfy themselves immediately were later on in life, as they tracked the progression of those kids, more successful academically, more successful in achievement scores, and even more successful in controlling their own BMI or body mass index. Now, that experiment has been a bit contested recently, but some of the conclusions still hold. And nowadays, it's considered that the biggest predictors of success in life are indeed inhibitory control, being able to control our own impulses from distractions, lack of focus, instant gratification, conscientiousness, being able to be organized, responsible, goal-directed, and disciplined, and of course, grit and persistence. Not grit and persistence per se as a goal in themselves, but combined with a strategy towards success. So these are the core elements of what predicts how successful you'll be in life at all levels. And of course, we get to choose how we approach that success, how we execute our strategy. And today I want to talk about one of the tools that has recently appeared, well, maybe not so recently anymore, but of course it has caused a massive disruption, I would say, at all levels of society. And that is, of course, artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, and in particular large language models, what's usually called generative AI, have disrupted our technological landscape and our world in only ways that now we're beginning to realize. Some of us are looking at this with hope, with a bit of fear, with a bit of uneasiness as to what's going to happen, because it's not clear what the potential and especially the limitations are. And as with every groundbreaking technology, it holds great potential, but there are also great dangers to be aware of. And I'm worried that many of us are not really aware of the dangers that could be lurking there. And I'm not talking about Skynets or Terminators or things like that. Unfortunately, there are more subtle dangers than that. There was recently a study done by the MIT that basically divided students into 3 groups and tasked them with writing an essay about a subject. One of the groups was allowed to use ChatGPT. One of the groups was allowed only to use Google search. And one of the group was not allowed to use any kind of IT tools. And the conclusions were quite staggering. Let's say the brain-only group, the ones that were not allowed to use any kind of tools, they they examined their brain activity, they examined their brain patterns, and then after the study, after the students submitted their essay, they engaged in a series of follow-up sessions in which the researchers checked how interiorized the content was, how recallable it was, how the participants felt about that essay that they had written in terms of ownership, in terms of truthfulness, in terms of correctness, etc. So the brain-only group, when they approached the task, the scans show that they engage broad neural networks for generating content coming internally from their brains. Instead, the search group, the one that was allowed to use Google search, they relied basically on hybrid approaches, combining visual information and information management, what were they perceiving, and then they were ingesting from the search engine, and what's called regulatory control, a supervisory authority in the brain that basically determines, well, is this search result sound? Does it meet with my general preferences? It's all. But let's call it LLM group or the ChatGPT group, they basically optimize for integrating the content that AI generates, a glorified way of saying that they were focused on basically copying and pasting and embellishing it a bit. Now, the problems are not there because obviously that's the task, so you approach it in different ways. The problems became apparent in the following sessions. In terms of memory, for example, the ChatGPT group had significant difficulties. Over 80% of the participants had significant difficulties in even recalling what they had submitted. And when asked to quote a simple sentence from their essay, 0% gave a correct answer, which shows that they hadn't interiorized semantically any of the information that was given there, that they had given, and that their understanding and their memory encoding of the whole essay production was extremely shallow. In terms of work ownership, both the brain-only group and the search group, they exhibited full ownership of the work. They 100%, they unequivocally claimed that they were the owners, the authors of that work. Whereas in the sense of ChatGPT, in the case of ChatGPT, only about 40 to 50% claim that, yeah, that was their work. And a deeper problem was what's called cognitive depth. Individuals that had used extensively ChatGPT to produce the work, they lacked engagement with the subject. Their writing became biased and superficial. And it's curious because although the researchers set up a different LLM to evaluate how original those works were, and of course that LLM said, oh, wow, everyone that was in the ChatGPT produced an extremely unique and extremely powerful piece of work, they also compared that opinion with that of human judges that were reading those essays. And every single human judge basically said, these are, they didn't know, of course, which work came from which group, but they immediately pinpointed the ones produced by ChatGPT as being extremely biased, not very creative, with a very limited set of new ideas and very cliche. So at the end of the day, what seems to be is something that helps us can turn out to be something that actually hinders us. And we can develop a severe deficit in using our own abilities if we over-rely on those kinds of technologies. But there are other dangers that are even more subtle. For example, let's examine how these models are trained. As you probably know, that it takes a huge amount of data to train those models, and those models basically operate on the data that has been fed to them. That data is not public. So you never know whether that data is biased in a particular way, whether there are some hints of suggestions that might need to be inserted when specific prompts are asked, or whether the whole approach is there to steer towards a particular worldview. Imagine, for example, and we all laughed when the DeepSeek model was initially published, and we said, wow, what a blatant attempt at some censorship and some embellishment of historic event. Everyone laughed when the model was asked about the Tiananmen Square, and the model said, oh, wow, that's a beautiful square in Beijing, where nothing happened. It's only flowers and peaceful coexistence. Well, yeah, that's laughable and that's easily catchable, but there are more subtle problems. Imagine, for example, that you're writing an essay on, I don't know, a policymaker or a judge, or simply a student that's writing on approaches to solve some particular problems in the world. And then the model might suggest, for example, that the forceful relocation of a population has been proven to be historically successful. And that could be fed as a credible alternative to, for example, the Gaza problem. Or another model that has been trained to be biased towards, for example, I don't want to over-abuse the Nazi argument, but unfortunately, it's a very clear example in our history. And a model that has been trained in that approach it doesn't need to tell you, oh, how great were Nazis. It can subtly suggest or point that Germany, that pre-Nazi Germany, was economically more successful than the democracies at that time, which could subtly hint you at the fact that, well, maybe in some cases an authoritarian regime is better. Or a model might omit some data, for example, in its answer. Imagine that you're examining, I don't know, the criminality or the crime rates in an area, and then the model says, well, in this particular area, there are, in terms of crime rate, there are 10 crimes committed by black people for each crime committed by a white person. And you will say, wow, this probably means that there's something very wrong with the black population there. But of course, if you are not also given the fact that there is 10 times more black population in that area than white population, in which case the difference is statistically irrelevant anymore, you cannot make that judgment call. But of course, you won't know if that data has been omitted. And the problem is that even if the training data was public, it's so huge that it's very complicated to check it for any particular bias unless you rely on automatic tools. And then even if we had that kind of perfection, the training algorithm itself would be a problem. So in short, we should never forget that LLMs should not be assumed to be automatically neutral tools free of any inclinations or prejudice. You should always be the curator of everything that a generative AI produces. And you should view LLMs as nothing more than snapshots of the view of the way their trainers and creators see the world. A prejudiced, biased, or racist trainer or developer will create an LLM that behaves in that way, maybe in a non-obvious way, which is the real danger. AI, of course, is a powerful tool, but it's difficult to resist the siren song of the effectiveness and productivity. A simple prompt can elicit whole dissertations that would have taken, I don't know, days or even months to write. And at the same time, our dopamine receptors get rewarded with the addictive reinforcement of how great our question was, how on spot our observation is, how fantastic our follow-up was. Oh, yes, you're very right to ask that question. That's a great question. That's a fantastic follow-up. And you are, oh, wow, I'm so good. And every prompt basically gets us a marshmallow of instant gratification. Every answer helpfully offers to explore deeper in a specific direction. Like, would you like to know more about this specific thing? Or how about you ask about this other thing now? Now, it's interesting because when the mobile phone appeared in the 70s, everyone was amazed at such a technological process, considering that at that time, distance communication or radio even was barely 100 years old at that time. If I remember correctly, it was in the 890s when radio was first commercialized, and then about 90 years later came the mobile phones. And everyone was thrilled about how empowering and liberating that technology would be. And yet now, ironically, we've evolved into a situation where if aliens came to visit the Earth, they would think that the masters of the planet are the rectangular gadgets that we hold in our hands, eyes glued to their screens 24/7, and constantly following their instructions everywhere, from dawn to dusk. And it's an interesting statistic that, for example, in young Americans, 89% of them check their mobile phones within 10 minutes of waking up. And 90% use them within the last 30 minutes of the day before falling asleep. So, like the fabled ring of power from the Lord of the Rings, the beautiful ring that happens to point to our hands, that is also great, now becomes a token of obsession that changes us and controls us. Some of our most sacred freedoms are freedom of thought, freedom of expression, and free will in general. And I've spoken many times about it. And as with all freedoms, they came, unfortunately, with the price of eternal vigilance. Many times in the past, we've spoken about the need to have that eternal vigilance against external threat, be that unscrupulous politicians, people that want to manipulate us, etc., etc. But the eternal vigilance needs also to be directed towards us. If we willingly outsource our own judgment, our own memory, our own creativity to tools, then there won't be any need for Skynet or any Terminators or any HALs or any scary looking machines. They will not rise against us because it will be us, the ones that would have just simply stopped rising ourselves. Thank you.
You're on.
Thank you to Mick for introducing the program, and thank you to Alexander for your absorbing and informative opening address. I am Peter Ayres, one of the MCs for today's AGORACON 2025 and a past president of A1 Speakers. So, after Portugal, a COVID break, Nepal, India, Indonesia, Romania, we are hosting today from England. We are in the northeast of England, 55 degrees latitude, inside my home city of Newcastle upon Tyne, where 4 of us founded A1 Speakers back in 2009, before some of you were born. Sadly, there are only 3 of us left, as Steve Wilkinson, who had the original idea for A1 Speakers, died last year. So that only leaves myself, Mick, who you've already met, and Les Hodgson, who's the UK ambassador for Agora, surviving. Les is today's principal director, so he's spending all his time behind the camera. Now, if we go back to last year when Mick and I were told by Les that we'd been invited to host with Singapore this year's competition, I told him that we should just turn down the invitation. It would be too difficult, it would take up too much time, and we didn't have the people, etc., etc. Silly old me, as a lot has happened in the last 12 months. Here we are, helped by fantastic club members. Some have been with us a few years, and some have only joined in the last few months. Here we are. We'd not be here without the help and efforts of Adil, Brian, Esther, James, Jeff, Nellie, and Richard. You have all achieved so much, but I'd like to single out Jeff, who's filming me now as I speak, and who filmed and provided the musical score for the next 2 videos showcasing Newcastle and the region. Here we are. Why are we called A1 Speakers? For 2 reasons. The road that connects London, England's capital, to Edinburgh, Scottish capital, is called the A1. The A1 runs through Newcastle upon Tyne. The second reason, when we started A1 Speakers, we had the lofty ambition of being the Northeast's premier speaking club. I can tell you without fear of correction, that's where we are. We are A1. Here's the first of our 2 videos. This one showcases our city, Newcastle upon Tyne. Greetings and welcome to all our fellow Agorians wherever you may be. A1 Speakers invite you to a city where heritage and innovation walk side by side. A city of heart, of ambition, of community, where sport pulses, culture sings, the nightlife dazzles, and the future is already arriving. Welcome to Newcastle upon Tyne, the Northeast's beating heart and the home of Year 1 speakers. Let's kick off with sport, because in Newcastle it's a serious business. St James's Park looms large over the city, home to Newcastle United, one of the most passionately supported football clubs in the UK, if not the world. On match day, the roar from the stadium vibrates through the streets. It's more than a game, it's part of the city's soul, almost a religion. But there's more. The Newcastle Eagles, Britain's most successful basketball team, fly high in their purpose-built arena just west of the city centre. Their legacy is not just in trophies, but in bringing a new energy and athleticism to the northeast. Then there's the Newcastle Falcons, keeping rugby alive. And the Great North Run, the world's biggest half marathon, where tens of thousands race 13 miles to the northeast coast, cheered on by huge crowds. From the pitch to the court to the streets, Newcastle just doesn't watch sport, it breathes it. Cross over the river to Gateshead and you'll be met by a colossal steel sculpture with outstretched wings, Anthony Gormley's Angel of the North, a symbol of hope, strength and welcome. Further downriver, the Glass House, formerly the Sage Gateshead, hosts world-renowned music events in acoustically perfect halls, from colossal orchestras to popular contemporary bands, and even Sting. Near the Glass House is the Baltic Centre for Contemporary Art, a converted flour mill, offering 5 floors of international exhibitions and community creativity. Whether it's Shakespeare at the Royal Theatre Royal or street murals in Ousburn, Newcastle is a city where culture is carved into the bricks. When the sun dips below the Tyne, the city comes alive. Newcastle is famed for its nightlife, and it's well earned. From cocktail bars on elegant Grey Street to the wild energy of the big market and the underground beats of Collingwood Street. The Diamond Strip, the city buzzes well into the early hours. And it's not just the range that impresses, it's the atmosphere. But Newcastle's not all just for fun. It's a fantastic place to live. The Tyne and Wear Metro whisks you from the coast at Tynemouth to the city centre in less than 30 minutes. Jesmond Dean offers woodland escapes just minutes from the bustle. While Eldon Square or Gateshead's world-famous Metro Centre satisfies every desire. Newcastle is also a city of minds. Newcastle and Northumbria universities attract students from all around the world. Newcastle University is a global leader in medical research, data science and sustainability, whereas Northumbria University specialises in design, business and creative industries. Both bring vibrancy, energy and innovation to the city. These institutions don't just educate, they inspire. And many students choose to stay, turning their study into startups and their research into real change. This is a city where industry never sleeps. It simply evolves. From Newcastle's proud industrial past, coal, steel, shipbuilding isn't forgotten. It has been reimagined. Today, places like the Newcastle Helix are pioneering urban science and smart city technologies. This £350 million innovation district brings together researchers, engineers, entrepreneurs and students, working side by side. Artificial intelligence, robotics, clean energy, what once happened in the shipyards is now happening in tech labs. Newcastle's position in the future of British industry is undeniable. So this is our home, the home of A1 Speakers Newcastle, where the old doesn't clash with the new, it fuels it. From roaring stadiums to quiet quayside cafes, from a giant angel welcoming you in Gateshead to digital dreams of rising outperformed shipyards, this is a city that dares to dream and dares to deliver. I hope you enjoyed your video tour of Newcastle. Hello and welcome back. It's my opportunity now to introduce you to not just Newcastle, but to the region where we live. And shortly you'll be shown a short video of the area in the northeast of England. It will showcase our cities, our towns, the castles, the beaches, the hillsides, and much, much more. The northeast has an absolutely wonderful heritage. It's an area where we have no less than 45 castles, some of them still inhabited, such as Bamborough and Alnwick. We have two castles which are multi-starred hotels, one at Langley and one at Lumley. We have heritage such as tales of the Lambton worm that terrorized the hillsides and the towns and cities during the Middle Ages. We have beaches that are unspoilt, that travel for the full length of our coastline. We have the Pennine Hills and also the Cheviot Hills, which take you up to the borders with Scotland. It was once said that the people of the area were best left to their own devices because we were the best people to keep the Scots in check. Not that we want to do that now. We welcome everybody with open arms. But during the Middle Ages was something entirely different. So the area was once renowned and it was pitted with pit heaps, was mining the coal, shipbuilding, ironworks, and the area really did look like a working area. It was a bit sad and a bit lost. However, we've picked ourselves up, we've shook ourselves down, and now even beaches that were once covered with black coal dust are pristine, and people come to visit them. Areas that were once pit heaps are now covered in grass and the wildlife parks. Our heritage is there for people to go and visit and is being renewed. Shipbuilding is beginning to come back to the Tyne. And the area has a new vibe about it. It's really beginning to look like it's coming out of the doldrums. So this next video that you're going to see shows you the area where we live. It gives you an idea whereabouts Newcastle is in relation to England. It gives you an idea where England is in relation to Europe and also the rest of the world. So hopefully you'll be able to identify where we are talking to you from an awful lot easier. So now I'm going to hand you over to the video, and it's over to Richard, who's been doing a wonderful job with keying in the right videos at the right time. And I'm going to say farewell for the time being.
Well, hello and welcome once again to the Agora Conference 2025, hosted live here by A1 Speakers in Newcastle upon Tyne. My name's James, this is my colleague Mo, and there was narration in the previous video there by our fellow A1 Speakers Club member Mick Rickwood, and Jeff Briggs completed the filming there. This is a beautiful part of the world. If you haven't had the opportunity yet to visit Northeast England, we would encourage you to do so. And if you're in the Newcastle area, do reach out to A1 Speakers. We would love for you to attend one of our meetings as our guest. You would be very welcome. There were two pieces of music there used in the first film by Mick and Jeff. The Both of them have become unofficial Northeast regional anthems. The first piece of music was Going Home by Mark Knopfler, and it has been used as the theme for the Great North Run, amongst many other regional events. The Great North Run, as Mick said, is the largest half marathon in the world. It happens every year here in Newcastle, and this year's event takes place in just 2 weeks' time. There'll be 60,000 runners raising millions of pounds for charity, and 200,000 people will line the route in support. I'll be there this year, so I've got family running in the race. Are you attending the Great North Run this year, Mo?
Me. The only run that I'll make is if someone shouts biryani or boba tea or nasi lemak, or even I'll settle for English tea. But it's a great community event, and definitely I'll be supporting the charity and for the cause. Just like any other events in Newcastle, Great North Run has a good community spirit. So if you're someone who likes to run, please visit us. And if you're someone like me who wants to taste food, and it is a good place too, you can visit us for that as well. So James, what was the second piece of music that we heard? You mentioned about the first one. What was the second?
In Mick and Jeff's film, the second piece of music was a local folk song called Bladen Races. It's actually about horse racing in the local area, but it has become a theme for many of the sports clubs in the city. You may have heard it being performed and sung at Newcastle United Football Club matches. We'll be hearing more from both Mick and Peter later on. They'll be hosting the storytelling competition soon. But first, we'll be hearing from 4 guest speakers who are going to share with us some tips and techniques to develop our public speaking.
And our first keynote speaker is Simon Rebold. Simon helps experts present with clarity and impact, whether that's in front of the clients or camera, or colleagues or conference crowds. As a professional speaker, he focuses on story making, which is tactical storytelling that makes messages stick and gets decision made. Simon has supplied a top tip to us. He suggests break the long speech into short segments. Simon's presentation to us today is entitled "How to Keep the Interest of Your Audience," and I'm sure you'll be hooked onto the screen for the next 6 minutes. And now I'm handing over to Simon.
Hello, I'm Simon. I'd like to talk to you today about how you can structure your presentations so that people pay attention for longer and your superb content isn't forgotten. Now, I reckon that if I asked you in a live workshop which of these 3 things is important, I'd get a show of hands across all 3. Usually people max out on delivery, which is interesting because that's not what the research says is the most important. But instead, I want to introduce you to a different way of looking at things, which is to differentiate between hygiene and performance factors. Hygiene factors are things which, if you get them wrong, mean your presentation will fail. If you get them right, and they do tend to be binary, your presentation will be okay. Rather like wheels on a car. If it's got 1 wheel, it can go nowhere. 2 wheels, 3 wheels, still going nowhere. But if you give it 4 wheels, now at least it can move. Performance factors are things which work to get your presentation from good to great, in the same way as they get your car from moving to moving fast, but they can only work in the presence of the hygiene factors. So a performance factor might be a bigger engine. It's great, but it only works if you've got 4 wheels in place. Okay. Now, if I ask people to come up with a list of hygiene factors, most of them come up with things like, is my laptop compatible with the system? Have I charged my batteries? Have I got the right number of cables? An advanced kind of thinking gets me to go, have I got somewhere to park the car? When can I get into the venue? Is there a squeaky floorboard I should know about? Have I got a spare shirt in case I dribble on myself at breakfast? That's completely nothing to do with me being clumsy, honest. But the one that everybody always misses is this idea of attention. If your audience is not paying attention, nothing else matters. Let me move myself across the screen here and then introduce you to the attention curve. Now, what we used to think is that the curve looked like that. People started off by paying attention and got less attentive as the presentation went on. And then we did some research and discovered it's more depressing, and it actually looks like that. People pay attention and lose the will to live very quickly. But then we did more research and we discovered that it's not infinitely, but a lot more complicated than that. And it looks like this. People start off by paying attention, and then it falls off very, very, very quickly and recovers at the end. I'm just going to turn myself off and put some labels on those so that we can have a conversation about it. B is when they start to stop paying attention. That's bad grammar, but you know what I mean. And C is when they pay attention again. Okay. So here's a question. What is it that the speaker does at that point C on the graph, which means that the audience starts to pay attention again? And inevitably, when I ask that question, people go, oh, it's when the audience know it's near the end. Yep, okay, that's one way of doing it, but there are others. But here's the real simple trick that most professionals use. Instead of having one 20-minute presentation that looks like that, they have 4 5-minute presentations. And whatever it is that they do at point C, such as, we call it hitting the reset button, whatever they do at point C to get the audience to pay attention again, they do a version of repeatedly as the presentation goes on. So no 20-minute presentation, but 4 5-minute mini presentations. And if you hit the reset button well enough, people feel it's the beginning of a new presentation, and that little bit of the graph that goes from A to B repeats and repeats and repeats. Now, it's never going to be completely horizontal. Of course it isn't, because people have got physiological needs and they get tired. No one's that good. But the yellow is always going to be higher than the red. How do you do this? Well, sometimes people can put questions that they would normally take at the end. They have lots of little Q&A sessions, or they could do things like, so before we move on, if you've got all this detail, fantastic. If you haven't, what you need to know is 1-sentence summary. And that tells the audience it's the end of something. Or you could think of it as the end of a chapter of a book. When you're reading a novel, there's a white page, blank space, you turn the page, and then there's a chapter heading. So you could have a black slide with a new title. Or you could move from one side of the stage, or you could change presenters, or you could change medium and go from PowerPoint to storytelling, from storytelling back to PowerPoint, from PowerPoint to a flip chart. You get the idea. If you have to stay within PowerPoint all the time, consider the really simple trick of having one chapter done with one template and the next chapter done with a different template. So you'll notice that here I've got my slides on a black background, but my next slide is going to be on a white background, just to indicate that it is something completely different. Now, attention spans in what we laughingly call advanced Western civilizations are between 8 and 20 minutes. But if you can hit the reset button like this every 8 minutes or so, perhaps a little bit less, you can keep audiences' attention for a very great deal longer. There you go. That's the trick that most professionals use. If you want more tips like this on an almost weekly basis, I say almost weekly, I send them out on Friday mornings in theory, but to be honest, it's only almost most Friday mornings because I'm tired and lazy and busy and holidays and things. So maybe about 40, 42 out of the year, something along those lines. If you don't want to sign up, don't. It's as simple as that, but I hope that chapter break idea was useful for you. Have fun.
So we'll soon be hearing a video from Richard. We actually asked Richard for a top tip that we could share with you all to help improve our public speaking. And Richard's top tip was practice speeches at a very slow pace before speeding up. And I think there'll be a lot of content in Richard's speech today linked to that. When we do get onto Richard's video, it'll be 8 minutes in length, and it will be entitled Improve Your Speaking with a Metronome. And hopefully we'll have that very, very soon.
I'd love to share a tip with you about how we, as people who want to speak more, speak better, can improve our speaking. I've been part of Agora for several years. Speaking is one of my hobbies. I really enjoy it. It's not my only hobby. I also have some other hobbies. I enjoy dancing, going to dancing competitions. And in the next few minutes, I'd like to make a link between how dancers improve how they dance and how speakers can improve how they speak. I hope that sounds useful. So to start, I'm going to show you a clip of me at a dance competition. So there I am in a big ballroom in Blackpool. This was actually the World Modern Jive Championship. So it was a big competition. We had to make an effort to make sure that we were good enough to be taking part. And we had to practice the moves. Now, the way we did that was that we started very slowly. So I'm actually going to slow this down here, playback speed. I'm going to change this playback speed to 0.5, just to give you an idea of the way that my dance buddy and I spent a long time going very slowly through the moves. And then gradually we increased maybe to sort of 3/4 speed, and eventually we could get to full speed and we could go for it. Here's the link with speakers. We can also start by doing speeches very slowly, then speeding up until by the end we can do it at normal speed. I hope that sounds like a reasonable idea. Yeah, to me, it seems to be a common sense principle. You know, for something new, we'll just start slow, gradually speed up. Okay? And to help with that slow speeding up, I use an app. You can use the app too. It's free, easy to access. Are you ready for this? I will share it with you. This is the one I use, metronome. So metronome. And what a metronome does is allows you to have a clear number of beats per minute. Musicians often use metronomes, but speakers, like us, can also use metronomes. Okay, so in the metronome app, there is a number. This is the beats per minute. And just in normal conversation, I normally speak at around 100 beats per minute. Let me just give you an example of that. I'll see if I can challenge myself to speak at exactly 100 beats per minute using a metronome. You're going to hear the sound in the background. I'd like to make a link between how dancers improve how they dance and how speakers can improve how they speak. Okay, so that was me speaking at what I'd like to get to, normal speed, around 100 words, 100 beats per minute. But you know, when I'm practicing a speech, like I practice this one, then I don't start off at normal speed. I start off a bit slower. So now you can see I've changed it to 60 beats per minute. So this is going to be a little bit slower. And now I'm going to say the same words again, but slower, so that I can really get them in my head, make sure I'm confident saying them. So 60. I'd like to make a link between how dancers improve how they dance and how speakers can improve how they speak. Okay, so that's much slower, but by practicing at that sort of speed, I'm making sure I know what's going on. There are lots of metronomes available. You can just look up Google, you'll find one immediately there, free of charge. I have a metronome on my mobile phone as well, so I can use it when I'm out and about. It is a really useful tool. And as I come to the end of my time, let me just recap. So the big idea is that we as speakers, people who want to speak more, speak better, can do so by using a metronome. it helps our practice because it helps us to start slow, then speed up. And that's a common sense way to practice. It's exactly how people in other disciplines practice. It's how dancers practice. My dance buddy and I spent ages practicing those moves slowly, then a bit faster, until we were confident about competing in a big ballroom championship. And I should mention that our practice meant that we actually won our heat in the championship. We reached a final. We didn't win first place, not quite, but we did win a prize. So that thing of starting slow, then speeding up, it worked for us. And I hope that that exact same principle will be useful to you in your speaking journey with Agora. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard, and welcome back to the studio here. We swapped seats and I've been joined by Nellie.
Thank you, James. Good morning, everybody, wherever you are, if it's evening or afternoon, you're welcome here. It is my pleasure to welcome you to our next session, where we'll be diving into one of the most powerful skills in communications, ladies and gentlemen. That is how to truly engage your audience. Whether you're speaking to a room full of professionals, presenting on Teams, or sharing your story in a room full of friends, the ability to connect, captivate, inspire individuals. It's really what transforms your message into a movement. Our speaker today is someone whom I can assure you who understands this deeply, with a wealth of knowledge, wealth of experience of over 30 years. They have mastered the art of turning passive listeners into active participants. Wow, that's wonderful. They know that engagement is not only about what you say, but it is also about how you say it, how you listen, how you make people feel when you're speaking. In the next few minutes, we will learn some practical strategies. Hopefully, this will elevate our communication skills and leave us with a very lasting impression. That is my very hope today. So, whether you're here to sharpen your practical public speaking skills, or just to learn, or improve, or build up your confidence as a communicator, I want to really assure you today that you are just right in the right place at the right time. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Fiona Rickwood as she guides us through the art and the science of engaging your audience. I'll tell you one thing, that as for me, I am here, I am present, ready to learn. So I want to think so you are too. Thank you so much. Well, next time we will now listen to our video from Fiona Rickwood. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Fiona. I've guided students with their spoken presentations in diverse scenarios. I've also been a manager in the hospitality sector and worked with many English as a second language employees. Now, the aim of this keynote speech is simply this: to share with you some of the strategies I have used to help students and employees be better communicators. In no way is it a comprehensive list, just a few tweakments that have worked for me. Firstly, I'd like to alert you to the most extreme outcome of bad communication. Since 1970, the airline industry has attributed more than 2,000 deaths due to miscommunication. Yes, you heard right, 2,000 deaths. Pilots and air traffic controllers have a huge responsibility to communicate clearly. Your life is in their hands. So, you see, speaking clearly is vitally important, but not just in the airline industry, in all walks of life. In this speech, I'm going to talk about breathing, pauses, plosive sounds, and will also touch briefly on gestures and facial expressions. These hints will help you when preparing for specific times when you have a live audience just in front of you. So let's begin with breathing correctly. You breathe from your diaphragm, which is just below your lungs. And to exercise your diaphragm before your speech, you need to deep breathe in through your nose for the count of 5 and out through your mouth for the count of 5. Watch me do it and join in if you feel able. First, put your hands on your diaphragm so you can feel it move as you breathe. Breathe in through your nose for the count of 5. And out through your mouth for the count of 5. Now, if you repeat this 10 times before your speeches, it will help you relax and you'll have enough air in your lungs to speak. Secondly, I'd like to look at using pauses effectively. After sentences, you need to respect the full stop and breathe. Count to 2, then speak again. Short sentences are best. Short sentences, then pause. Do not use and or so to connect sentences. You need to let your words sink into the audience. This is why we need to pause. It's often tricky when we want to speak, because we want to speak as we write. But when speaking, we communicate effectively through short sentences. They're more powerful. Speak clearly and confidently, avoiding abbreviations and acronyms. Both can totally hinder understanding. Now, when writing out your speech, instead of using the full stop, write, count to 2. Put it in brackets. You may not always remember, but eventually you will. Look around your audience when you pause and keep the connection with them. Make them hang on your words and make them hungry for more.
Well, thank you, Fiona. For those hungry for more advice and information from Fiona, she will be back in the second part of today's conference. I hope you were practicing those breathing techniques at home. We certainly were here at A1 Speakers HQ. Over to you, Mo. Oh, Mo's still practicing his breathing techniques. I'll fill a few more minutes while Mo's practicing those. So yes, we had the pleasure of Fiona coming to visit one of our recent meetings here at A1 Speakers. She was able to share her experience as an educator and singer to give very useful advice to develop our public speaking. The second part of Fiona's speech, as promised, will cover those plosive sounds, those facial gestures and expressions. So hopefully Mo will be ready now to introduce our next guest speaker.
Oh, sorry,
Okay,
James.
and can I just pop in here as the Zoom producer and just say, obviously we're getting towards the time of the speaking competition as well, and if you wish, we could sort of move things around. Obviously, we've had a very unfortunate interruption earlier, so I just want to sort of put it back to the presenting team as to whether we want to maybe move on to the speech contest, which I see from the schedule here we're going to start around 12:15.
Yep, I think, Richard, we're happy to do that. So, and Mo was just about to introduce our next guest speaker, but we'll do that after the competition. So, yes, we'll see you all soon. Could we have a holding slide, please, Richard? And our presenters for the competition will be with you soon.
Yeah, so I'm going to put myself on spotlight here, and so we are expecting we're going to have the introduction to the contest. There's also going to be an invitation to those people who are involved in the competition to go to a breakout room where they can check their sound, just make sure everything's all right. So we have got some breakout rooms available. And just to say that for those contestants who are involved, it should be possible for them to join it. So having said that, more on the technical side, I believe Peter is going to continue. So I will put myself off spotlight for a short while.
Thank you very much, Richard. I'm back now to introduce the speaking order for the contest speakers. Back in China, our first contestant, Aaron Leung, has had some problems with his internet connection. So we're allowing him to use the video that he sent in when he was part of the contest. So Aaron Leung, with a speech entitled Treasured Legacy Lessons from a Mentorship.
Okay, Peter, can I just sort of pop in there again? I'm going to add myself as a spotlight again. Just to double check, I think before we sort of go on to everyone, to just make sure that the speakers are sort of ready, and we need to even test a few things here a little bit more. So let us see. I think what we'll do before actually starting, we want the competitors, the contestants, if they could raise their hand. So the way to do that, if you look on the React button, you should, if you click it, it's sort of like a heart shape, isn't it? And then you can click on raise hand. So I see Aaron has done that. Thank you very much. That is great. So if the contestants could do that. And then the contestants, we're going to invite you to be moved to the breakout room so that we can put you over there and check things. So let me just quickly move through. So in the contestants room, for example, I see that Chris Callahan from South Africa has already moved. Aaron and other contestants, I think if you click on breakout rooms at the bottom, you should be able to join one of the rooms. So if you'd like to join room 1, which is contestants room, then you'll be able to check your sound there with Brian. So Brian is going to move over to the...
This is Penny. I'm one of the contestants. I haven't got a breakout room, but I've put my heart on.
Right, okay. So let me just, I'll tell you what,
Let me do the heart
Even
again.
my mic is not working. I mean, like my video is not working. It was disabled because of the earlier
Let me,
issue, if you can see.
there's my heart as
right,
well.
okay. Yeah, so I think we're going to have a few issues here. So let me, what I'm going to try and do is to move people through. So Aaron, I'm going to put you through into that room. So assigned to contestants room, and then Brian will be there. Now, let me just see who else has got a raised hand. So we have... Right, so that was Aaron and Chris.
This is Penny Radcliffe.
And Penny Radcliffe, right. Sorry, Penny. Let me just find you. Yes, I've got you here.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yep.
Okay, that's great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we now have in that breakout room the contestants. And
I have two contestants. I have Penny Richards and Aaron Lowe.
So let me just double check that we have the whole complement who are going over there. So if you just give me a moment there, and I'm going to just briefly talk to the presenting team. I'm going to hand back to the presenting team just while we complete the checks here. So if I can ask the presenting team to come back on. Thank you. Okay, so Peter, over to you. If you wanted to say something else about the competition, just while we're testing people, including the introduction to it. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. If you want me to fill in some time, I'll do some more breathing. Or have we had enough of that? Right, sorry about that. We're trying our very best to provide a smooth and professional day here, but when things are thrown at us, which we've coped quite well. We'll get on with the competition now. Our first speaker is Aaron Leung with a speech entitled Treasured Legacy Lessons from a Mentorship. So we have Treasured Legacy Lessons from a Mentorship from Aaron Leung.
Okay, so thank you, Peter, for that introduction. And just to confirm, we are not ready yet for people to come through. We're still doing the sound tests. So that's what is the aim. And I guess it would be maybe helpful for people to know maybe a little bit about what it's like behind the scenes. And I speak here as someone who has been in the competition before, and it's a little bit nerve-wracking just beforehand, and it's quite important to make sure the sound is right. And we appreciate that everyone makes a big effort to practice, to prepare for it. So thank you for that, and thank you for giving us the time to ensure that is right. So, yeah, Peter, is there anything else broadly that you can say about competitions and then when the three contestants are ready and we've checked the sound and everything is in order, making sure it's all right, then we'll come back to you. So, Peter, can you talk more generally about competitions, please?
I can do, yes. What I can do also is, when you have hot questions and you don't really want to talk about the subject that the person's just given you, so you just talk about something different. That's what I'm going to do now. And please tell me, Richard, when to stop, because I'm looking around this room here, which is probably about 10 meters by about 8. And inside this room, there's myself looking very relaxed, but inside my stomach is churning. And we have from the left, James, that you've met before, Nellie, who you've met before, our person who's determined not to come on screen, Les Hodgson, our filmographer, video maker, Jeff Briggs, who is eating the first sandwich of the day. Is that nice, Jeff? It's all right. It's all right, apparently. All right. In the corner, we have Fred, who is recording this whole show. And next to me, we have Adil, who's doing something extremely important on his mobile phone. And I think Nick is either paying a visit to the little boy's room, or he could be making us all a cup of coffee. We have rehearsed this 3 times, I think now. It might only be twice, and each time the rehearsal went with just a couple of hitches, but nothing like the Zoom bombing that we've experienced earlier today. And I do apologize for it. It can be nice if you're expecting to watch our AGORACON 2025 and you have horrible things like that coming on the screen. And I apologize to the younger people as well, because you should not be seeing things like that. How are we doing, Richard? Well, heavens, I'm going to start telling jokes next. So I tell you my best joke. I'm going to have to do both sides of it, all right? So this side, knock, knock. This side, who's there? The interrupting cow. Moo! That one perhaps didn't go down. Oh, look, my audience is laughing. Everybody is laughing. What else did you want me to speak about? Competitions. That was something else we could speak about. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to make this a double act. Mo, come on in and sit with me. Are we both in there? Jeff, are we both in? Yeah. Right, okay. So you were talking about what you'd learned from A1 speakers in the short time that you've been here. Is there anything else that you could perhaps talk about just for a couple of minutes more?
With every meeting, the one section that I look forward to was hard questions.
Right.
They always bring out many funny things from people.
Right.
And it goes 2 ways. One, we don't know what we have to speak, and we just speak whatever that comes to my mind. The other thing is the way that it gets creative. Some of the questions I laughed my heart out, and the answers I was just, it was hilarious.
Right.
So every meeting, I look forward to the hard questions.
So talking about hot questions, what we're going to do, we thought we might have a little bit of time to fill in. I don't think we do actually, but because of technical issues, we've got this period that we're going to talk about. We do have a couple of hot questions organized. So if you don't mind, Adil, I'm going to give you a hot question. Is that okay?
It's fine. You're putting me on the spot. It's fine.
Am, yes. Well, it's not just a hot question. It's a fiery hot question. Okay. And here's your question. There has been massive technological changes in recent times with the development of AI, robotics, and driverless cars. What do you think will be the next big thing?
Next big thing with artificial intelligence advances. In a generic note, probably schools and colleges might get vanished. Like people will have power, or people will have access to knowledge in their hands. So the way that how we see it currently, computing in schools and colleges, and then getting to a place, where we have a set of work, the list of work roles that is currently might disappear. There will be a set of new rules that might come in. So that is one thing that I think might happen. Second thing, we also have to look at it this way. What happened when the train came in? Before that, it was only bus, or before that, it was only people walked. And then when that train came in, it not only reduced the effort of the people, but it also increased the productivity. So with artificial intelligence in place, I feel it might increase the productivity. We might get a lot of things done, even though at a short term, we can feel there is loss of jobs because of it. But at a long run, I feel it is going to change the world as we know it.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I see
Right.
on the
Can I-
monitor we have got Richard back. Is that progress, Richard?
Yes, indeed. So let me just put that there. Can you hear me okay, Peter?
Yes.
Yes,
Richard.
excellent. Right, thank you for your patience, and we have checked people's microphones, just making sure the video, everything works. So Aaron, I believe, is the first contestant, and I believe Aaron is in the room. So Peter, I know you've done your introduction maybe once, maybe twice, but I think we are now ready. So is there anything else you want to say? And then do you want to put on the first speaker? And just to say that the other speakers are in a breakout room, we'll be moving them through each time. And also, can I just check in with Alexander? Just to make sure that he is okay and there. So Alexander Christoph, it would be nice to see your picture. I see you're just coming on here.
I still can't open my video because of the earlier incident. Please help me open it, please. Thank you.
Alexander, you can't open your video, right? Okay.
No, because basically earlier on there were issues, right? And then you block those disruptors, and then basically you mute all the videos. Basically, I can't open it anymore.
Right. Okay. Let me just see. So.
Thank you.
There is a contestant saying that she cannot rejoin because she was blocked.
Yes, I see. Okay, so let us try this then. So there we go. We have Aaron's video is on. So Alexander, can you put your video on, please? Let me just make sure I can see you.
And then I want to see the timer spotlight if possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so thank you, Alexander. I can see you now on the video. Just on the spotlight. So let me just explain what's going to happen for the timings. So we have a background there, and when it is time at an appropriate point, that background will turn to green. And then it will turn to red and black. And just to the speakers, and Aaron, this is particularly for you, if you could spotlight that yourself. So it's called Zoom Producer Brian Denton, but we won't be spotlighting it for everybody because otherwise you would be, it might be a bit difficult for everyone wants to.
You mean Brian, right? I can't do that because I'm not a co-host. I can't spotlight that.
Can you spotlight it for yourself? Just when you just click on, and it would only be for you. It wouldn't be for everybody.
I know, but I am an attendee, so I don't have that right. Otherwise, I'll put him at the spot. I wish.
Right. Okay.
You can pin the.
We could, in that case, have it spotlighted for everybody,
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So that's good. And I just want to. So, in terms of the timings for this, so can we just confirm that this is, and Alexander, I'm speaking to you particularly here as we come to the competition here, this is indeed the storytelling speech contest. Yes, so let us, that is what you're expecting, Alexander?
Yes, that's what the judges are expecting as well. But again, I have a complaint that the contestant cannot rejoin because she was blocked.
Oh.
Tomasa from the US.
Can she join from the mobile phone or something like that? That may fix it.
Yeah.
I'm going to do it with my phone because I have issues with the, I don't know, it don't let me in. So I'm going to use my cell phone.
All right, okay. So that is good. So can I just check then, Alexander, can you confirm to me the judges are ready then?
They are, yes.
Okay, so judges
ready. Can I do a test whether my voice is laggy?
I can hear that voice.
It's not laggy, right? Okay, that's fine. I just worry about my actions.
Right, okay. Yeah, so I also want to double check with Alexander on the timings. Obviously, as you're the chief judge here, we have a list here of the times. But can you confirm the timings you're expecting for this contest?
I will need to check the exact timing. Let me do a quick check in the rules. The maximum time for sure is 10 minutes for the storytelling contest with 30 seconds of grace. But in terms of the signals, give me a quick second.
Yeah, so let me just tell me, we've got our list here. Let me just get the list here.
Yeah, so
so 10 minutes, yeah. So we've got, yeah, so we were thinking of green, you should see a green screen after 5, yellow after 9, correct, red after 10, and black after 10:31.
Correct.
Yep. Okay, in that case, I'm going to unspotlight the presenting team. Thank you to them. So remove spotlight from them. We have Zoom producer Brian Denton spotlighted, which is the timer. So I'm looking across at Brian. He's thankfully very close. And I will find Aaron. Let me just find Aaron here. So I can
Hello.
Right, I've spotlighted Aaron. I'm going to unspotlight myself, and then.
No, I need you. I need you.
I'll be here, Aaron. I won't be far away. Okay, so having said all that, so Brian is ready on the timing, and Aaron, from when you start, that's when the timer starts. Thank you again for taking part. Thank you to our judges, and over to you.
So basically, I'm just testing. So my title is The Last Mile. Judges ready?
Yep.
I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Behind every windows, like there, glasses of tractable windows, there are lots of stories waiting to be reviewed. Many stories of dim lights that says warm family gatherings. Dim lights of those who share stories, bedtime stories to the kids, to wish them to go to sleep. We also see those tireless struggles of people thinking about tomorrow's bills, whether they can live for tomorrow. There are many people not really smiling anymore. Life is harsh, but if I tell you that life is filled with possibilities, as long as you discover stories, maybe things will be totally different. Because we have been always closing the curtains to hide away the truth of what stories can bring to you. Let me introduce you to Bob, someone who is half my size. He's a kid. I learned a lot of things from this kid. Round, plump, he looked like any Asian kids, with only one big difference. He's someone who struggles with a lot of things, making friends, talking to people, or even wanting to be accepted in the society. Many times he tried to reach out, but he couldn't. He's only 7 years old. To any kids, when you grow up, we are filled with stories of positivity. People bring you to vacations, studying well, mingling with friends. But to Bob, this is a total different story because Bob is autistic. He cannot even talk with people. He struggles. It's not introversy, it's restrictions in terms of mentality. As I was meeting this young fellow, he didn't talk in class. He was like, pause for 5 seconds. Things are going to be all right. Not for him, because there are lots of happy smiles and giggles around him. He was alone. I was there looking at him and said, Bob, would you like to talk with your friends? Silence for 5 more seconds. This is the most painful part of me, seeing kids who can make a difference but couldn't reach out to different people. I was thinking about maybe I should change a different way to help this boy. So I actually invite him to different games, whereby there are more lively atmosphere. I thought that actually helps, but Bob is still sitting in a corner. Silence for 5 more seconds. There may be lots of people with positive stories. But to Bob, it has been negative throughout the 7 years journey, other than the choice to cry. But Bob changed me. He let me know that there are lots of different things that I can help this boy, because I limit myself not to think about the stories that I can reveal from him. I start to say, hey, let's go for an outing. Let's go for something. Positive energy, trying to get his trust back, trying to get his negative away. And Bob is slowly being accepted, not being labeled, stereotyped on his medical conditions. And he started to speak the first word. Friends. The friends actually bonds. The community is what we can do to embrace these silent battles. Bob, after a few years, I've seen him again. He becomes a little bit changed. Still autistic, still doesn't like to talk, but he started to take the first step, slowly, steadily, and say, Aaron, thank you for changing me. The change in autistic kids around the world are actually reaching thousands to millions hidden situations. And yet we turn the curtains away not to see them for who they truly are. And that's only just one story. And we have another one that comes as we grow up, making friends. We come to the society whereby the real battle begins. People start to work hard. In Asia, people work from 7 to 11 p.m. and still thinking about, maybe I should work until 3 a.m. They keep working. Lots of people are thinking about, why are you working so much? Because there comes a second issue in life that we see, stereotypes and labels. We are always doing things to live up to expectations, not just because of our boss, but maybe to our beloved parents. In Asian families, we actually have people who say, hey, you have to be a doctor. You have to be a dentist. I was like, what? My true story begins from there. That I have been living to expectations of people. When I was young, I was introvert and never dared to dream. I thought that life is like that, but no. After the Bob incident, I start to realize whether I am actually meant for this occupation. As a speaker, as a trainer, as a global ambassador for different people, voicing up for the rights, voicing up for their dreams. I go to orphanage, but my mom said, this is not a job for you. Go and be a doctor, a lawyer, a judge. You earn more money. Life isn't fair, isn't it? When I have these dreams, expectations, those pressure is not just me, but many, many kids around the world suffering silent expectation battles. Those hidden discriminations that happen from me, I struggled. I tried to say, Mom, Dad, stop expecting me to do this. I'm crying out loud, but my voice is not reaching out to them. How many of you actually had that issues whereby you start to live up to the dreams and expectations of people when they say that, son, you are doing and becoming a doctor because you are doing a dream that I never had. That's a hidden problem. Second lives. We are a little bit of tools of what my parents want me to become, what they cannot be. And this hidden issues creeps in long time ago. I was like, hey, can you let me be who I am? Let me speak for what I truly stand for? The struggles are real, but my constant work and perseverance stood up time and again, letting them know that a speaker is not a job that they discriminate, but a speaker is a job that people recognize. I start to do a lot of occasions, engagements. I step onto TED Talks. I went up to win the world champion. I start to do things that people cannot imagine. People change. The labels swap. Just like Bob. Bob has the label removed because the community and society welcome them. my labels have been removed because I am starting to be recognized. We grow up making friends, struggling with expectations in life, and we still have one more hidden issues. That is whether we are united as one. Wars are happening in Gaza. Wars are happening not just everywhere, but hidden wars are there. Lives are lost. Stories of the refugees, the orphanage are hidden in silence, pressed down because we have priorities. The last thing that we care about are priorities that actually affects who we all are. The priorities that stood up among Bob, me, and many countless kids, adults, even elderlies. We have different priorities. I remember the most touching story of my life that a kid told me, I want to spend more time with my grandma because my grandma has no more time to live. Cancer issues, terminal ones, they are being forgotten because everyone has their own priorities to do the things that they think is important, but losing the bonds that they created when they are young. Let this feeling sink in. Many silent battles are happening around the world, but when we grow up, I wish to let people know that we can all smile and glad that what they have changed us for who we can be. Label stereotypes will be forgotten if we smile and acknowledge that our life is great. Appreciate life for what it is. Thank you.
That is brilliant. Thank you very much. I'm going to put myself back. Oh, let me just remove the spotlight. So let me just put myself on spotlight there. Oh, there we go. Right, and let me take this off. Thank you very much. So that was great, and thank you very much indeed, Aaron. That was much appreciated. Very good, and thank you as well for everybody for sort of bearing with us. I hope you're able to see that video quite well and also see the timings. And just want to emphasize how much I have valued the focus on timing. You know, we want to make sure that we speak to time as speakers who are trying to improve. So it is really useful, really valuable to have that extra bit of discipline there. In our competition, we move on to our next contestant, who is Tomasa Morial.
Not yet.
Not yet. I will give Alexander, yes, a little time. And so, sorry, was that Alexander speaking there?
Correct. We need 1 minute for the judges.
Yes, okay, so we need 1 minute for the judges. And just as the judges take that time, I am going to encourage my co-producer to put Tomasa Morial on spotlight, just a co-spotlight if that's possible, please. And then I can talk to Tomasa and just sort of check if you'd like to unmute yourself. And let me just make sure you can unmute yourself. that you're okay with speaking, that things are. Let me just click on that so you can unmute yourself. There we go. Maybe you could, Tomasa, if you could put your hand up. If you go to react down the bottom, there's a heart there. And if you can raise hand, I'm doing it myself now. That makes it easiest for us to find it. So to Edward Morial, sorry. Well, it says to Edward. I don't think that is. I don't think you are Edward, but there we go. Let's just see if Brian can spotlight you there. Right, that is brilliant. I'm pleased that you're with us there.
Yes.
And let me just close that off there. Excellent. So, Tomasa, is it all right if I call you Tomasa? Is that okay?
That's okay.
Right, excellent. Okay, so you are there, and we have the timing also spotlighted. I can lower my own hand now that we are carefully there. And yeah, as I was saying earlier, I know it's a little bit nerve-wracking to speak. You know, you're not quite sure how it's going to work. There's the element of technical, but it is an audience, and hopefully a supportive audience. You know, we're interested what people have to say. We're all on a speaking journey, and thank you for being part of that speaking journey with us. So with all that in mind, don't start yet. I'm going to check in with Alexander and wait and make sure that Alexander's happy, and if he could let us know when he's ready to move on. So over to you, Alexander, when you're ready. Aha, I see you giving a thumbs up there. So that is excellent. So with that in mind, I'm going to remove myself from the spotlight. I will still be around if there's any problems. If there's any problems, I might have to jump back in. Apologies, but that's just the way that it works. But Thomas, it will be over to you. So when you are ready, feel free to go once I've removed my spotlight.
I am ready.
Okay, over to you then.
My other me, do you believe that the moment you find your voice, you might actually uncover your true self? I am quite an introverted person with a name I consider plain ugly. I am ordinary in every possible way, except on one thing. I have another me. My other me has a unique name, Aquarela. She is creative, funny, and that led her to become a comedian. Performing live comedy is what makes her feel alive. All she needs is to put on a hat, and then she runs out onto the stage and begins with a silly joke. Why did the baker go to therapy? And everyone asked, why? Because he needed it. Then she said, last December, I completed my 33rd. You don't believe me, do you? Well, let me finish. My 33rd year of marriage. Since then, everything has changed. After so many years together, the most romantic thing we do now is share the reading glasses. But it wasn't always like this. I remember when we first got married, he drove a green manual transmission sports car. Every time we stop at a red light, he would say, kisses, kisses. And just like that, we will arrive home sharing kisses at every stop. But those little adventures feel distant memories now. 2 weeks ago, we were driving down the same old road, and I remember our first car, shiny and powerful. So I leaned toward my husband and whispered, kisses, kisses. Without even glancing at me, he said, are you crazy? Don't you know that it's dangerous to distract the driver? Dangerous? You're driving a slow and automatic car. I got home depressed. I cried and slept for 3 days until I thought, maybe I'm not crying over a rejected kiss. Perhaps I'm feeling down because my age, my gray hair, or these wrinkles. Between you and me, I am a little dramatic. Well, very dramatic. At least that's what my husband would say. After hearing me crying, he suggested I schedule a doctor's appointment. And you know what? I went to see a psychologist. I opened up about my sadness, but also about my passion for writing light-hearted stories, silly jokes, and all the notebooks that I have filled up with them almost my entire life. I told him about my dreams to bring those stories to life on stage. At the end of the session, he gave me some advice. He said, I should stop asking my husband for kisses. No, he didn't say that. He told me to do what makes me feel alive, to bring those writings out of the notebooks and share them with anyone willing to listen. And he said, come back in 2 weeks. I spent 2 weeks reflecting on his words. And the day before the next appointment, I decided to try something different. I went to the mall and bought myself a hat. This one. Right after that, I drove to the center of my cowboy city, to the Rose Theater, in search of an opportunity. In there, in that vibrant and colorful stage, even while I terrified, I brought one of my creations to life, a story called My Other Me. It was a very, very, very small crowd, but they gave me a standing ovation. To thank them, I said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your applause. My name is... I hesitated to pronounce my real, simple, ugly name. But deep down, I felt something shift, something that led me to cast off the hat. And even without it, facing my fears, I remained standing because suddenly I thought, every name is unique. Every person is too. It doesn't matter if you're shy, introverted, or bold. We all have a voice. And our voice is the most important tool we have to express ourselves. However, many of us stay hidden behind. Until one day, you realize that your words might be a gift, and that gives you the courage to stand before 10, 100, or 1,000 people. And that moment transforms your life. A new life that began for me. In that instant, without needing the hat, I found my voice and I discovered who I truly am. And once again, I said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your applause. My name is Tomasa Monreal. A quiet, ordinary, in every possible way. And until just a few minutes ago, that was the real me. Thank you.
What a brilliant thing. What a brilliant thing. Thank you so much for that. That was really really great. Thank you very much. And this is a wonderful thing, this competition that allows us to sort of get insights into different people around the world. So yeah, what a privilege it is to hear these different perspectives. And, you know, we do appreciate people putting the time into thinking about what they're going to say, trying to make it interesting, you know, and really sharing. So that is really great. Thank you so much. We are shortly going to continue with the competition. And as part of that, the next contestant is Casey. And Casey, again, if I could ask you to please raise a hand. So if you like to look at the bottom of your screen, there's a react button. and then you can raise the hand. That's the option there. And when you do that, then that should allow my co-producer Brian to spotlight you. And we'll just do the usual checks that we've been doing before. So let me also make sure that I can allow you to this. So I'm going to allow you to unmute yourself and start video. Yes, so Casey, there we go. So you should be able to do that. Excellent, thank you for being here. You've been spotlighted as well. Now you can lower your hand if you like. There's a little button at the bottom that says lower hand. Excellent. So Casey, can we just, if you'd just like to say a few things, we just want to check that your sound is okay. Oh, now we've got a bit of a problem. We can't hear you. So let us see what's happened there. Now let me just make sure that I have clicked what I need to do to allow you to do that. So, unmute child, share documents. That's very strange. You should be able to speak. Casey, can you introduce, just say your name and where you're from again, and I'll see if I can hear you. I can't hear you. Let me double check with Brian, my co-host over there. Brian, can you hear Casey?
I can't hear him, no.
Right, unfortunately we can't hear you, Casey. But you, no, have another go. Very strange. I think the best thing, Casey, is if you go into the breakout room with Brian for a moment. So let me just put you, if you go to breakout rooms down the bottom and click on contestants room, you should be able to join that.
I'm passing myself over there now.
And Brian is going over there as well. Now it looks, everybody, like Casey has indeed disappeared. That's a good sign. And Brian has disappeared as well. So we will wait for them to develop what they've been doing. Obviously, while we're talking here and double checking things, we're also making sure that the judges have got enough time. And I just want to say thank you again to the judges because it does take a bit of effort. You've got to make sure that the rules are clear. You've got to follow the rules. And that is surprisingly difficult, I have to say. So, Alexander, when you are ready, if you can give me a little thumbs up, maybe not quite yet. Oh, here we are. We've got a little thumbs up from Alexander. So that's great. So what we're going to do is we're going to give a little bit of time for Brian and Casey to work out that sound issue. And I am going to say something else about the competition while we do that, which is that after Casey, we are looking forward to seeing the next contestants, who are Ro Christiani, I believe that's right, and Chris. So Ro Christiani, could you also put your hand up now? Just so, could you raise your hand so we can see you? So if you could raise your hand, Ro Christiani. So that's at the bottom. If you look at the react button, there's a heart, and if you click on that, you should be able to raise your hand. There we go, Christiani. I can see you there. Excellent. Right, let me spotlight you. Add spotlight. So, Ro Christiani, can you just say a few things to us, and then we can check and just make sure your sound is okay. Ro Christiani, are you okay to say something to us, just so we can check?
Hello everyone, my name is Ro Christiani at Lembeziahan.
Right, that's great. Thank you very much. Well done. That is brilliant. We can hear you there. That's brilliant. So I just wanted to check that so we can look forward to your speech in a little bit. So thank you very much for checking that. I'm just going to unspotlight you for everybody just for the moment. So remove spotlight. And let me just double check with Brian. There's a problem, I think, with Casey's sound. Dear, oh dear. So that seems to be. So they're going to continue with that sound check, but I think if we haven't been able to sort it out immediately, I think it would actually be better to move straight on to Ro Christiani. So, Alexander, are you okay with that? If we move straight to Ro Christiani, can you give me a thumbs up if that's okay? And I wait to look at the screen. There is a thumbs up on the screen there. So, Rokasini, if you are okay, then we'll move on to you. So let me add the spotlight to you again. So in terms of the what we're going to do with the timings, let me just see. I think we're going to have the similar thing to before. There we are. So, Brian, we can see you. The bit of paper must have fallen off. There we are. We have excellent as well. So it looks like Casey's coming in via his phone. So we'll admit Casey. So he might be able to do it by phone, which might be handy. But Rokasini, we have decided to move ahead with you, Rokasini. So you know, you've good luck. And when I disappear, I'll invite you to start. So let me just make sure I remove my spotlight, and then it's over to you. Okay, over to you, Rokasini. Please, could we have your speech?
Can I start now?
That's it. You are on. So please start your speech.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rokasini Atlapiasia. I'm 10 years old, and I'm 5th grade. I'm from Santiago Elementary School in Karimun, Indonesia. It is such an honor to be standing here to deliver my storytelling in front of everyone. And today, I want to tell everyone about my story about Alex the Brave Boy. Enjoy my story. On a bright morning, at the parking lot of the Papandayan Mountain Post in Regency, West Java, Indonesia, there was a father and a small boy. They were parking their car and trying to take out some items, such as backpacks, ropes, and equipment from the trunk. The post is the starting point for the climbers before starting the climb to reach the top of the mountain. A registration and a safety briefing take place at the post for all climbers and visitors. The cute little boy's name is Alex. He was being carried on his father's shoulder. Alex looked very happy to be spending his weekend vacationing together with his father. This was such a fun thing to be doing with his dad. What's your name? Asked one of the passing climbers. My name is Alex. Alex answered in a happy face. Alex walked in front of his father, singing and as he walked through the forest. Occasionally, the father and Alex took a quick break to rest and have a drink and a snack. Then they continued their journey to explore the depth of the forest. It was so pleasant to be able to breathe a lot of clean oxygen and air. At noon, Alex felt tired and hungry and wanted to stop for lunch. He and his father decided to rest. And while the father looked for wood to make a small campfire. While waiting for his father to come back with firewood, Alex sat down and saw a monkey looking at him. He cautiously tried to approach the monkey and hoped that it would not run away. The monkey looked anxious and lost. When Alex got closer, he noticed that the monkey had a wound on its head. Maybe the monkey fell from a tree or was left behind from its group. Alex sat near him and tried to clean the wound using leaves for natural wound healing. Then Alex gave him a drink and took a banana from his bag. After the father came back, he was surprised to see that Alex had treated the wound on the monkey. who looked very grateful and was watching everything that they were doing. Once he had got the fire going, they started cooking and eating. Food always tastes so delicious when eaten in the fresh air. They continued their journey to explore the depth of the forest. It was a beautiful sunset that day. The colors were amazing. During the trip through the forest, the monkey followed Alex. In the afternoon, the weather began to change and became cooler and cloudy. The father tried to see the way forward by walking to the edge of the cliff. "I will wait for you, Dad. I will be with the monkey," Alex said. "Okay, sir, Dad will be back in a few minutes," the dad replied. Suddenly, the thick fog surrounded Alex, making it impossible to see his surroundings. Alex felt very scared. "Where are you, Dad?" Alex shouted. "Wait, son, Dad is on his way back. Keep talking so that I can find you in the fog," Dad replied. Alex was cold and started to shiver. It seemed like a very long time before the father was reunited Alex and the monkey. Alex called out for his dad, but that was not answered. Alex began to feel confused and very worried. When the fog began to clear, Alex immediately started to look for his dad on the edge of the cliff, where his dad had last been seen, but he was not here to be found. Alex tried to desperately calm down, and Alex prayed, surrendering himself to God. He remembered his father's word: "Keep praying when there are problems." The monkey walked guarding Alex and using its super sense to keep him out of harm's way. The monkey guided Alex, searching for his dad. When Alex felt tired, he woke and saw a large tree. Alex sat down with the monkey. Alex fell asleep. And when Alex woke up, the father was standing up there. Alex was very happy to be able to meet his father again. They tried to warm themselves by hugging. Alex also thanked the monkey for always accompanying him. The father decided to end the trip and spend the night there. He quickly unpacked his camping gear and made a fire to warm up with Alex. After dinner, they rest and prepare to descend the mountain. Alex was very happy to spend the night in the forest and be able to see the stars. The next day, the father finished cooking and had a breakfast with Alex. After breakfast, they prepared to descend the mountain, folding the tent and cleaning up the dishes. Alex became good friends with the monkey. "Dad, I like adventures like this, and I think the monkey likes too," Alex said. "Okay, sir. Next time we will go on the summit, and hopefully the weather will be kind to us," Father replied. While enjoying the sunrise, Alex also saw beautiful flowers in the forest that he had never seen before. Alex felt grateful to be able to enjoy the beauty of nature with his father and the monkey. The message of this story is: keep praying, whether you're happy or sad. And remember God's teaching: what you sow, so shall you reap. This means that whatever you do, you will also reap in turn. Be grateful, pray, and work hard. I hope you are able to join me and my father on one of our next nature trips. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christiane. Thank you. What a bright story. And thank you for your enthusiasm. And thank you so much for that story and for sharing it with us. We really appreciate that. Okay, I'm going to unspotlight you, just so that you know, but thank you, don't go away. So that was great. Thank you so much for being part of the competition. I think, you know, that's really great. I think everybody does great to be part of it, and well done to you to speaking in front of all these people. And thinking of speaking in front of people, let us move back to Casey. So Casey, thank you for joining with your phone. And we're going to see how that works. So let me see. I'm going to ask Brian to spotlight you, if possible, and then we're going to see if we can see how it works with your phone in terms of the sound. So just maybe it would be helpful if you could click on react to raise hand. I know it's a bit tricky on the phone. It's a bit different, and I will move to start your video. I allow you to. You can start your video if you could do that. I can also allow you to unmute yourself. So I turned that off just because we had an unfortunate interruption earlier. So I turn it off when we're speaking and going. But Casey, hopefully you can now unmute yourself and start your video. So that was strange because Casey was here even. I saw him in the room. What has happened to Casey? Let me just double check that he's not got into one of the rooms. Oh, there he is. He's in the breakout room. So let me just move him into the main session. So we'll just, I think we're going to move straight on. So when Casey re-emerges into this room, we can see. So let me just see. Casey, you're in the main room again. Welcome indeed. And if you'd like to raise your hand, I know it's a bit tricky on the phone, but if you could do that, then we will spotlight you. And right, excellent. Let me just move that over there. Right, Casey, you have put a hand up. Let me just make sure you can unmute yourself, start video. Right, so Casey, do you want to say something and we can see how the sound is?
Hello. I hope this is working better.
It's better. It's not very loud, I would say. Maybe you could just be a little bit closer to the microphone, or.
I'm sure I can figure something out.
Right. Okay. Let me just double check. Brian, if Brian in the background is going to put his headphones on, and we're just going to see how that sounds through there. So, Casey, can you just remind us of your full name, where you are from in the world? That would be great.
My full name, well, my name is Casey Galhay. I'm from South Africa, which is to the south of basically anywhere in Europe. Most people online sharing this time zone are in Europe for some reason. So if I meet someone online and sharing my time zone, I can normally estimate that I am safely to the south of it, significantly to the south.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you for that, and it is great. We can hear you now. You've had the thumbs up from from Brian, and also let me check on Alexander. We need the thumbs up from Alexander. Where is Alexander? So Alexander, if you are ready as the judge and the judging team, if you could give us a little thumbs up on your screen. Right, we have the thumbs up from Alexander, so that is great. I'm just going to change in the host tools. I'm just going to not allow people to unmute themselves. I'm not allowing them to start their video just for this little bit, just to make sure we're not interrupted, if that's okay. So, Casey, I hope can you are you okay with the timings? Casey, maybe you can see the timing screen as well.
If not, I'm going to set up from my phone. Oh, that's the Zoom producer, right?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so that will change color as you go through. Right. Okay. Well, we are ready at this end. Casey, are you ready at your end?
I am ready.
You are ready. Excellent. I will unspotlight myself, and let me do that now. Remove spotlight, and please go ahead.
Well, time travel is a very complicated system. Now, you may not be aware of this, but I work at a research institution. We've recently been looking into the possibilities of time travel. Now, it's not as straightforward as you might think. You think, I've left a didn't turn the kettle on last week. I can go back in time and turn the kettle on now until beyond. The problem is, if we go back in time now and turn the kettle on last week, then that's no longer the past that attaches to the present you're in. So the you that went back, you do not go forward again to the same universe you went back from. And all of a sudden, there's one world where you forgot to turn the kettle on, and there's suddenly you've just left that world, you've gone. There's another world where you remember to turn the kettle on in the first place, and some stranger popped in from nowhere, claims he was going to turn the kettle on, and now there's two of you. And now you're going to share your salary, you're going to share all your food. And in the other world, all your friends are saying, what happened to him? So time travel is nowhere near as straightforward as people think it is. Just last week, we had 17 people turn up, all coming to the same person, all with a different set of lottery numbers. A fun fact, turns out that if you have something random enough, then going back in time changes it. So you go back in time with the lottery numbers, and you get a different lottery. Surprisingly, it worked for the horse racers. There have been a number of our researchers who just vanished after they got a hold of a copy of the horse racing results. So there's the possibility of gaining money through gambling and so forth in such a way. That's not going to last long, because the horse racing people are starting to notice that the researchers have this strange knack of picking the correct horses. But even beyond that, if you've got something that's important enough to travel through time to stop, then 9 times out of 10, the mere fact that it was so important to you means that your friends and family on this end are going to miss you. This is a bit of a significant problem for friends and family of time travel researchers, as I'm sure you can imagine. We've also had at least 3 different researchers try to go back to prevent the time machine from being invented in the first place. We never see side to side of them either. Now, it's much more useful if you're going to time travel to either just look at the past without changing anything. In fact, you have an entire archaeology division who's now going back and looking at the past and seeing all those ritual objects that you find in ruins. What were they really used for? It turns out that there was a substantial market among ancient people for little metallic thingies which just sit in a shelf, and they're conversation pieces. We still don't know quite why. We think it's the same reason people collect little things these days. The other thing that time travel can be useful for is by going into the future. Now, the thing is, if you go into the future and you come back, then at least you come back into this present and you're still here. However, you never get to visit the same future twice. So it's very difficult if you go to the future and then you make a friend, and then you come back, and next time you go back in the future, that person, A, will not remember you, B, may not even be there in the first place. So again, the whole interpersonal relationship thing with time travel gets extremely complicated. And you've got to be very careful to watch what you do. But you might ask, is there any use to time travel? As it happens, there is. There is a class of problems that's very hard to find out, but very easy to check. For example, if you want to find the next prime number, if you have a number, it's super easy to check whether it's prime or not. But if you don't have a number, you've got to search through a few thousand primes to find the next prime number. It's going to take you a long time to be searching through a whole bunch of false positives and missing a whole bunch of things. So it takes you a while. But if you send it back, not the person, you send back information, you send back the prime number, then the people in the past can check it and they can say, wow, we found a new prime. And you don't need to search all the numbers, because you only send back the ones that work. So then you start searching the next one, and before you get very far, you in the future send it back the next one, and you can confirm it and check. So it's nowhere near as useful as people were expecting from all the fictional depictions. But it is still a use for time travel in modern society.
Thank you so much, Casey. Well. Who knows what's going to come up? It's all, gosh, I'm excited to find out all these different things from all around. Thank you so much on that. Yeah, wow, gosh. So I am, what a range we've had, ladies and gentlemen, on the speeches. You know, really quite different things, and it's remarkable what can happen once you have a speech opportunity, and then each of us will come at it in our own way. And I suppose that's one of the great things about speaking, about Agora, the way that we can sort of come together with different ideas, like the original Agora, which I believe was the forum in Athens. I think I'm not going to say too much about that because Alexander might say I'm actually not in the right about that. But my understanding is the Agora was a place where people came together in the ancient world and would discuss things and change ideas. So thank you so much, Casey. I'm going to unspotlight you. There we go. And just to say that we are coming up to Chris. Chris Callaghan is our next and final competitor. And just to check that, if you think that you should be speaking and you haven't been called, send a message. But this is my understanding. And then we are going to have another competition later where Penny, Casey, and Chris are going to be speaking. So they'll have their opportunities there. So that would be great. Now, there's thank you for the chats, by the way. I'm afraid we haven't been keeping too close an eye, but I see there was the mention there of can we reinforce the chats and reinforce the titles just beforehand. That's a great idea, actually. So Chris, as our fifth and final speaker, the title, I believe, is "Are You My Daddy?" So I don't want to say too much more about that. We'll see how it works out. So Chris, if you could if you could raise your hand. Let's just do the same thing again. So it's the love option. So if you could just raise your hand, Chris. Chris Callahan, then we can add you to a spotlight. Now, I tell you what. Let me just allow you to unmute yourself. I'm also going to allow yourself to start your video. Let me just see there. So this is a bit more. So Brian, can you spotlight Chris now? Right. Okay. We have Chris there. Excellent. Now, brilliant. So, Chris, do you want to just say a word or two? Again, maybe you could just say something about how you found the session so far. No, you could talk about where you're from. You could talk about any little thing, but just a few words that we can hear from you.
Well, Richard, it's great to hear your voice again. I've certainly appreciated your talks in the past. And yes, I'm also from South Africa.
Okay, Chris, can I just interrupt you there? It's a little bit quiet, Brian is saying. So if you could just sort of change that up a little bit, make sure you're fully up.
Is at full volume. I can do nothing else as far as I know.
Yeah, it's still a
Zoom itself that can be changed.
Yeah, it's a little bit quiet. Can you be any closer to the microphone?
How close do you want me?
Oh, actually, that I can really hear when you were close.
Okay.
So if you could get as close as possible, I think that would help. Okay, do you want to say a little more, Chris, and then we'll see how it's going?
Yeah, certainly. I think that it's been a challenging session today for everybody. And
okay, just stop there. You are so right. Let me just check with Brian. Is that okay, or can he be? Brian's saying it's loud enough, but if you could speak loudly, Chris, because I think it's just you've got a microphone, but you're not that close to it, and I think that's sort of it's just maybe a bit harder today than maybe some other times. But if you could speak louder, imagine that we are a big group in front of you. That would be great. I think we would then hear you that much better. So can we just have another try, nice and loud?
Okay, well, I can't really speak any louder. I'm virtually shouting already, so I'm not too sure what I can do to let you hear if you can't hear this.
Right. I think that is okay though, Chris. Thank you very much. I'm just checking with Brian. Yes, he's given me the thumbs up. That is great. So we're there. Just let me double check with Alexander. Can you give me a thumbs up, Alexander? Where are you? If you are ready. That's strange. Let me just actually. I've got so many things open. I can't actually see them all. So let me just have a look here. Right, there we go, Alexander. I can see. Yes, thanks very much. You have that indeed. Let me just double check. 352. So we've got there. Yeah. Okay. I think we are okay. I'm just going to change the Zoom tool. So, Chris, I've allowed you to unmute yourself. Let me just double check you are there. Yes. So on the Zoom, on the host tools, I'm going to not allow people to unmute themselves. I'm going to not allow them to start their video. People can still put things in chat. Hopefully this will be okay. So what I need to do is to I invite Brian to spotlight himself so we can see the timing. That is great. Thank you very much, Brian. I will remove my spotlight, and then Chris, it will be over to you. Okay, so let's remove spotlight. Okay, Chris, over to you.
Mr. Contest Chairman, sitting here in this cozy atmosphere with my fellow Agorans, drinking good coffee, gives me a sense of well-being and allows me to reflect back on my life to another time when I had a far greater sense of joy and completeness. After my wife died of cancer, I felt cold and lonely, and Aunt encouraged me to join a singles dance group. Eventually, I gave way, and on my very first night, as I walked into the candlelit hall, about a half an hour after the start, I noticed one of the most beautiful women that I have ever set eyes on. She was sitting all by herself at a table. As is usual at these events, there were more women than men present. But the fact that this woman was all alone appeared very strange. Following the club's introduction formula that I'd been told was a requirement, I walked up to her and said, "Hi there, my name is Patrick Caldwell. My wife died of cancer 11 months ago in November of 2006. I'm a surgeon of 48 and I am alone." She replied, "Hi Patrick, I'm Vanessa Jones. I was never married, but I did have a child. He died from a rare congenital disease 10 years ago. I'm a future stockbroker of 33 and I am alone. A stunner and never married." I asked Vanessa to dance. The band was playing a cha-cha. She moved like a professional dancer. We danced all the rest of the meeting, and the next, and the next. It was so strange. No other man ever asked her to dance. We started seeing each other for dinner every Friday night, and then more often, whenever our busy schedules would allow. I was sometimes required to operate, while she would be particularly busy around the future's closeout. I was totally entranced by Vanessa, by her dark-haired beauty, her deep brown eyes, by the way she moved when she danced, by her sharp intelligence, her gentle manner, and her interesting and complex character. Was it actually possible that first off, I had met the perfect woman? I was worried that this was just a reaction to my loss. I did miss Genevieve, but in Vanessa, I saw a woman that I could actually live out my life with. Just after the quarter closeout of June 2008, I offered to go round to her flat and give her a massage. It had been a difficult period for her, the markets were all over the place, and there were fears of a major collapse. I put on some gentle string jazz, good, soothing, listening music. I mixed up a relaxing formula of essential oils, and then starting at her feet, I slowly massaged all of the tension out of Vanessa. As I was working on her shoulders, Vanessa suddenly started to sob. I turned her over and held her, and even in that moment of comfort in her, I marveled at her naked beauty. I tried to ask what the problem was. I thought she was so relaxed. But all she said was, "It's been so long. It's been so long." And then she started kissing me, not like she had before. This was passionate. As I responded, she started to unbutton my shirt. We were totally engrossed in each other and had really lost control of the situation. Then a few minutes later, suddenly, mid-tune, the music stopped. There was a slight humming sound, and a strange blue light filled the room. Vanessa froze and whispered, "Please, oh please, not again." A little boy of about 5 years old, pale and thin, walked towards us from out of the wall. He looked at me bravely in the eye and he asked, "Are you my daddy?" The apparition vanished almost as quickly as our passion. Vanessa was sobbing again. It took her a long time to calm down, and then I offered to make some coffee. Later, sitting at the kitchen table with steaming coffee and chocolate chip cookies, Vanessa told me her story. Whilst a freshman, she had been enamored by a handsome law graduate with shaky moral standards. After a night out at the club, she woke up the next morning at his apartment, remembering nothing of the night before. He said she'd had too much to drink. She thought otherwise. She felt dirty and uncomfortable and broke off the arrangement. However, soon after, she realized that she was pregnant. He had moved off to New York. She never informed him. She had a torrid time through her tertiary education and had always told her little boy Tom that one day they would find his daddy. As soon as any man became interested enough to visit her at home, her little boy would ask if this was his daddy. It put them all off. Then came the news of Tom's illness. Although he'd had the condition from birth, it was not recognized until he was nearly 4 years old, when his health began to fail rapidly. He died 3 days after his 5th birthday. Once she was over the grief, if one is ever over the grief of a child's death, she started dating again. But anytime any real passion appeared in the relationship, so did the apparition. News got around. Men avoided her. Vanessa and I talked deep into the night. I was not put off and pursued the relationship, meeting young Tommy on several occasions. We were married a year later, and on our honeymoon, I said to Tommy, "Yes, Tommy, I am your daddy." He slowly smiled and faded away, leaving a feeling of unutterable joy and well-being behind him. We have never seen Tommy again, but we will never forget that special moment as long as we live. Mr. Contest Chairman.
Great, thank you so much, Chris. Let me just appear myself there. Thank you very much. That was great, Chris. Thank you very much for that story. And again, quite different. I think we've all had different things in different places, which has been really good. So and it is interesting, as I've said before, to have these different perspectives, and indeed from around the world, and really appreciate that. Now, I'm pleased that Penny is also going to be part of this competition. So thank you for those who are putting things in the chat and pointing out. So obviously, this is we're looking forward to a further story here. So let me just double check here. Yeah, so let's what I'm going to do, I'm going to close that little thing there. I feel like I'm talking to myself, like trying to tap away on these different things. What I'm going to do is to add a spotlight to Penny, if that is okay. So Penny, I'm spotlighting you now, and let me unspotlight from Chris. And Penny, apologies for the mix-up earlier, but so just want to check, are you okay to be speaking in this, and is this what you are expecting? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to allow you to unmute, which I had taken off before, so let's just do that. So allow you to unmute. Right, there we go, Penny.
Thank you.
Okay, you're now lovely and loud, if I might say so. Can you just say a little bit more about where you're from, and also the speech title? I'm afraid I didn't have it in my spreadsheet. Do you?
Yes, let me give you that, Richard. The speech title is Overturned to Where? Overturned to Where?
Excellent. Overturned to where? Right. And my mind is already beginning to think, Penny, where you might be going with that. So what a great title. Okay, well, lovely sound. I'm going to ask Brian to put the timing thing on. So at the moment it is green, Brian. So we'll move to the cork board. That's sort of the beginning of it. Penny, are you ready for your speech?
I am, Richard.
Excellent. Okay, I will take myself off spotlight and we look forward to your speech. Thank you, Penny.
Contest Chair and many presidents all over the world. Good evening from Singapore to all of you. I was from England, but my story is that, and now based in Singapore, having been for 29 years. But let me get into this. It was 29 years ago, a dark and dreary and dull November. I was overturned. My luggage too, and my home that I dearly loved with my partner John, was overturned. In fact, the blue lounge, the royal blue lounge, the peachy bedroom, and the coffee and cream kitchen, they were overturned, and I'll tell you why. They were thrown into a Pickford's global van. It was daunting, and I was worried. And my final beautiful little party with all my colleagues from the previous bank, Lloyd's in England, their handshakes, their smiles, their cards of greetings, they were all history now. I was heading to a new place for work. The Orient. Can you imagine? Singapore. And one gorgeous colleague, so friendly with her, I was a senior consultant at Lloyd's. She grabbed me as I rushed down the stairs, sort of in tears, but trying to get a grip. And she said, Penny, we knew that you would leave us one day, but where you're going is a bit extreme, isn't it? My overturned mind agreed. It was a long flight from London to Singapore. I arrived in Singapore airport, bewildered, bleary-eyed, because my planned sleep never, ever happens. I was overturned. And I saw my luggage creeping in from the very efficient carousel, which Singapore is very, very famous for. That was overturned too. But Agora, I had to get a grip. I had integration to do. I had immigration to do. I had to find a house hunting. I had to explore, get lost, explore, get lost. And as I did that, in my overturned state, some warm feelings came in. Of course, November in England versus the tropical climate in November in Singapore, beautiful. And the sumptuous food smells everywhere, the Oriental smells. And looking as a visitor, looking probably disappointed, disengaged, I saw quite a few smiles of people who thought this lady is lost. That was quite lovely for me. But would my overturned mind tilt up a little? No, no, no. Too much uncertainty. At that point ago. My first day at the bank in a few weeks. That blue and green, very famous Standard Chartered Bank. I had to go to their head office for a few days. And as I was in trepidation and opened the bank door, I was so welcomed because quite a few new of my colleagues were standing there ready with smiles to greet me. And in Standard Chartered, there were a huge amount of very senior directors also perched and staying at the head office of Standard Chartered Bank. They too spoke to me, they welcomed me, and they were curious about me and what I was going to do for Standard Chartered. Agora, I felt wanted. And as I spent those few days in head office, orientating, learning the culture, able to wander a little through the massive offices of head office of the bank, I couldn't help wondering why all the senior managers in an open plan office, in the sort of boxes that we got used to, were all Indian. Because in Singapore, I was expecting Chinese, of course, and I knew so many Chinese in London. But then I put my little head, my little brain to that. Why Indians? And then I knew these natives are wonders, champions of arithmetic. And my overturned banking mind could do with that. A few days later, I was ushered to my new office, one of the big branches, in fact, if anybody knows Singapore, the very, very, very exclusive Battery Road. And there I was with my boss, ready to go into the banking hall of Standard Chartered. My eyes opened so wide I could hardly see, if you know what I mean, because I was dazzled by ornate, beautiful marbles, rich, rich tall pillars in that banking hall. Agora, it was like a mosaic. And then with my new boss, I was ushered to gain to the priority banking door. And as we together opened it, I saw a very coiffured priority manager. She was called Gladys. She was really rushing to see me, to welcome me with a very big smile. And as she came close to me, what she did with the handshake, she did something very special. She also stroked my left arm to greet me. Her eyes sparkled inside mine and her smile got bigger. And all she said, "Welcome, Penny. We're looking forward to having you with us." My overturned mind disappeared in a flash. I knew, potentially, that's an operative word there, that this was a success waiting to be given to me. But I knew too, Agora, I had to work very, very, very hard to prove myself for the team, Standard Chartered Singapore. Agora, life is like an ocean. It can get very cruel at times. We can even capsize in life if we let it. Try not to do that. These items, these opportunities arrive in life, and they're always arriving in the worst time possible. Bad timing, yes. But think hard, think through. Opportunities come, and maybe fate is playing her card. What I usually say now in my life on something that looks quite daunting, which is a new opportunity, a challenge, I say to myself, say yes first, fret, and fathom it out later on. Opportunities come. Bad timing, as I've mentioned, yes. But I would say to you, think through, talk to your closest, because an overture like this could be the opportunity to reorchestrate your adventure in your life. Agora, back to you.
That is great. Thank you very much indeed. I'm going to remove the spotlight from you, Penny, but that was really great. So thank you, and I'm so glad that we're able to have that story of overturn to wear. There we go. Much appreciated, and much appreciated to everybody who's taken part in that competition. We're going to give a minute, as ever, to the judges. And as we come to the end of this competition, I want to let you know what else is coming up. There's going to be another competition, and that is going to be the Humorous Speech Contest. Looking forward to that. I have 3 names for that on my spreadsheet. Chris Callahan, Casey Callahan, and Penny Radcliffe. If you think you should also be in it and we're not on that spreadsheet, please let me know with a message. That's just a double check that, you know, everything is going to be smooth there. And with that, I am about to transfer back to the presenting team. We haven't spoken to them for a little while. They are still over there in Newcastle upon Tyne. Allow me to add the spotlight to them. James and Mo, great to see you again. Hope you were enjoying the competition there. I'm going to remove the spotlight for myself, and then it's over to you for the next section.
We were enjoying it. Thank you, Richard, and thank you to everyone who took part there in the storytelling speech competition. Everyone's speeches were very thought-provoking, engaging, and imaginative.
I concur with that. It was really a wonderful competition, and we really enjoyed it. And I can personally connect with Aaron's speech. I've given a choice from my parents that either I wanted to be a doctor or as an engineer. I decided to do both. So I was in the middle doing some engineering work for the medical devices. So yeah, that brings us to our next keynote speaker, who's Kul Mahe. And if I don't read this from the screen, I might miss out one or few experiences for Kul, who has a diverse experience of 30 years. So I want to read it from the screen. Kul is an international speaker, leadership strategist, and expert in emotional intelligence with over 3 decades of experience leading and transforming teams. A former senior police leader, he has worked with executives, public service leaders, and global organizations to create high-performing, human-centered cultures. Kul is the founder of Ignite Youth Inner Potential and host of the Human-Centered Leadership podcast. He has delivered keynotes and training across multiple continents, inspiring audience to lead with empathy, self-awareness, and impact. His work blends practical leadership experience with deep insight into human behavior and organizational transformation. Kul's speech will last for 10 minutes, and I'm sure you'll all be hooked to the screen, and it is entitled Emotional Intelligence and Speaking. Kul has the floor.
Hello everyone, my name is Colm Mahay, and for more than 40 years I've been fascinated by one question: what truly inspires people to bring their very best to the table? I've led teams in some of the most challenging of environments as a senior police leader, and I've spent the last decade working with leaders from around the world, helping them transform their cultures, strengthen trust, and to unlock the potential through the power of emotional intelligence. For me, emotional intelligence isn't just a skill, it's the heart of great leadership. It's about self-awareness, it's about empathy and the ability to connect with people in a way that inspires action. In our time together, I'll share some practical strategies with you that you can use right away to lead with impact, create deeper connection, and to build cultures where people can thrive. I'm looking forward to our conversation, so let's dive in. What is emotional intelligence? I think that's a really good, powerful way to start. Well, many of you will have heard around the philosophy of emotional intelligence. It's been popularized since the 1980s, to my own experience. And often when we talk about emotional intelligence, it's something that people talk about an awful lot in the workplace culture. Whenever we talk about workplace culture, people will often talk about, well, it's about managing my emotions and it's about understanding the emotions in other people. And of course, that's a great starting point. But when we dig deeper into emotional intelligence, we'll come across the 4 quadrants. And the 4 quadrants are self-awareness, the ability to know how our emotions affect our behaviors. And once we understand that, then we move on to self-management. That is about understanding that those behaviors that aren't serving us or our relationships, that they need amending. And that is about habit forming, habit busting. And once we've done that inner work, then it is about externalization. And that is about social awareness, understanding the environment around us, maybe understanding the people around us. And in some contexts, it's about understanding the organization around us. It's about having that ability to empathize, seeing things from a different perspective. It's about the ability to read the room, situational awareness, understanding how we need to talk, what maybe leadership style we need to use in any given situation. And moving on from that, when we have mastered this whole idea of social awareness, it is about relationship building. In fact, I often say that emotional intelligence is fundamentally all about relationship building. And let me explain why. In 2020, our lives are completely changed. Whereas before, many organizations would have tested their levels of success through traditional metrics like KPIs and performance statistics, 2020 caused us as individuals to start thinking in a wholly different way. Not only did the world slow right down, but also our freedom of movement was severely limited. We were surrounded by the fragility of life, that message of death all the time. So consequently, in those moments where we couldn't go to work, people were sitting at home and reflecting on their own lives. People were wondering what their values were, what was their priority, what was really, really important to them. And as a result of that, many people around the world, millions of people around the world, started reflecting on the third of the time that in their lives that they spend at work and asking themselves, well, do I feel valued in the workplace? And when people decided that they weren't feeling valued in the workplace, they left in droves. We call that the Great Resignation. In fact, according to the Bureau of Labour Statistics over in the United States, in 2021, some 47 million people left their workplaces. In 2022, that number increased to 50 million. Unprecedented numbers that gave rise to this term that we now use, the Great Resignation. And this was seen across the world over. So, organizations needed to start thinking differently. They needed to start thinking about their people. They needed to start thinking about the cultures that they create, where people would be retained, their talent would be retained, and it wouldn't cost them inordinate amount of money because talent was leaking all the time, because people simply weren't happy and they were leaving in droves. So this is where emotional intelligence for me really came into its own. In 2016, the World Economic Forum actually said that by 2020, emotional intelligence would be one of the number one priorities for organizations in their recruiting strategies. Actually, I believe that became even more important in 2020 with all the changes that went on in the world. So we can safely assume, and there's lots of research behind this, to accept that emotional intelligence is one of the highest priorities in organizations, in healthy organizations, not just in their recruitment strategies, but in their retention strategies. And consequently, as leaders, if we don't understand or practice emotional intelligence, or what I call human-centered leadership, if we don't put people at the very heart of our thinking strategies, then we will suffer as a consequence. People will opt out. People will opt out either by leaving the organization, they will opt out by what we call quiet quitting, working to the minimum standards, and therefore performance will not be driven, or they will opt out through sickness and all sorts of other things that we traditionally know about. So creating an emotionally intelligence culture where not only do people sit at the heart of our thinking to drive better for performance, it is also about how we communicate with the rest of the world. Well, how we build relationships, not just with other people, but with maybe clients, but with other organizations, but with other communities. Emotional intelligence goes far beyond that. And it goes far beyond the 4 quadrants that I've also mentioned: self-management, self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, and relationship building. When I work with organizations, executive teams, leaders in their coaching, I work to 26 measurable competencies that sit underneath the 4 quadrants. And the reason for this is not only does it prevent overwhelm. I mean, if you said to somebody, right, okay, I want you to improve your overall emotional intelligence, well, where do you start? So the measurable competency will demonstrate to us exactly which areas that you are lacking in, and you can just focus in on that one area. And what I have shown time and again working with executives is if they just focus in on one area, for example, the ability to build trust as part of your relationship building trust is a measurable competency. So if I talk about building trust and working some action plans around that with an executive, what we have found time and again is that the overall emotional intelligence of that individual will improve, or of that team, or of organizations. So my message really in the talk today is that emotional intelligence is not just a whim. It's not just a fad that's been around for a few decades. It is a science. It's a science that if we were to truly understand it and practice it, we will see outstanding results in the relationships around us, in the communities in which we work, in the organizations in which we perform. Emotional intelligence has been used by some of the biggest brands in the world. They blend emotional intelligence into their culture, and they understand that it drives their performance going forward. So my message here is simple: that success very often relies upon our ability to build relationships. And to build relationships, we have to get really good at understanding not just ourselves, but how we sit in the external world and how we communicate with other people. Emotional intelligence provides a framework for us to be able to do that. So my message to you is very simply this: before you speak, pause and ask yourself 3 questions. Is it true? Is it necessary? And is it kind? And if you fail in any one of these answers, then rethink your words. That one pause can transform your relationships, your leadership, and your impact. And very often, where emotions come into it, is that often we make decisions from a negative emotional state. And if I were to have done that in the police service, to make decisions based on a negative emotional state, then I would have made some really poor decisions. So that pause is quite critical, because what that pause allows us to do is engage the prefrontal cortex, the logical part of our brain. And by asking ourselves these 3 questions, it forces that cognition to start in that prefrontal cortex. So now we make logical decisions and rational decisions. I hope that's been useful for you. And I wish you well on your emotional intelligence journey.
Thank you, Cole. Emotional intelligence is so important in our leadership development and speaking development. And some great advice there to use self-awareness, social awareness, and self-management to develop emotional intelligence. And to always ask before we speak, is it true? Is it necessary? And is it kind? Next, as promised, we have the second speech by Fiona Rickwood, which will cover the facial gestures, expressions, and plosive sounds. So I'll hand the floor over to Fiona. Thank you.
So now I'm going to move on to muscles and plosive sounds. Yes, plosive sounds. What are they? Well, they are p, t, b, k, d, and g. And before zeroing in on plosive sounds, let's think about muscles first. With 11 major muscles in our lips and 4 major muscles in our mouth, it is surprising that we don't think they should be exercised prior to public speaking. An elite athlete warms up. So why do we neglect this aspect of our performance? Probably because we think these kinds of exercise may make us look foolish. But being misunderstood is perhaps a lot more foolish. One way to exercise is by practicing plosive sounds. P, t, k, d, and g. These sounds should explode out of your mouth. And you can always check if you're doing this correctly by putting a piece of paper in front of your mouth and just trying the explosive sound P. If the piece of paper moves, you're doing it correctly. It's exploding out of your mouth. Watch the paper. P. I think you all saw it move. Now, to speak clearly and be understood by everyone, we need to move our mouth more to speak. Speech in general has become lazy and a little bit muddled. Your mouth and lips are full of underused muscles. Use them. You need to practice using them. Good actors will stand in the wings of a stage or in their green room and practice these very same exercises before they go on. So do film actors in their trailers before they go on set. And so should you before a competition. Now, I'm going to show you how to practice. And I want you to watch my mouth as I speak these exercises. And these exercises are the same that actors use. The plosive sound P. Pat, pan, pump, leap, cap. Peter packed plenty of peppers in a paper bag. Please pass the pepper, Poppy. The plosive sound G, as in go. Gap, gig, log, bag. Gary gave a grand gift to Greg. Gail grows green grapes in her garden. K, as in cat. That is the hard K. Cat, kick, black, lake. Clara's cat kicked the kite. K Kenny keeps a key in his kit. The T plosive sound. Top, 10, tuck, pat, hat. Tom takes 10 tiny turtles to town. Tom told Tilly to take a taxi. B as in bat. Bat, bib, tub, bubble. Bobby bought big blue balloons. The baby babbles and bounces. And finally, D as in dog. Dud, dog, mud, hard. Danny's dog digs in the dark. Dad does different dances daily. So, once again, when writing out your speech, underline these letters, these plosive sounds, and be very aware of them. Make them explode out of your once lazy mouth and lips. Why do you think top actors refuse to speak after coming off stage or after a long time on set? It is to rest their tired lip and mouth muscles. They have been working hard to communicate clearly. So finally, I'll move on to gestures and facial expressions. So now you are breathing correctly. Your pauses are in the right place. You have practiced your vocal exercises. What next? Well, it's time to think about gestures and facial expressions. They don't come easily, and particularly gestures should be used sparingly and effectively, but must be rehearsed. Always practice in front of a mirror. Try and practice in front of a friend. Video record yourself and watch critically. If you get bored or embarrassed watching yourself, be sure others will too. Try to think about mobility in your face. There are 43 muscles responsible for facial expressions and non-verbal communication. Look at the emotion wheel and practice to giving your face the emoji needed to reflect that emotion. So I hope my hints help you as they've helped others in the past, and I thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Fiona, for your second speech there in today's conference. It's now time for our humorous speech contest.
And I'm sure it is going to be humorous and will make us laugh instead of how Peter did a joke and tried to make us laugh. And over to you, Richard. Please host the competition.
Great, thank you very much. I will add myself in the spotlight, and looking forward to the next competition. So we have 3 speakers. They know who they are. So as I say, if there are any problems or any last-minute thoughts, do send us a message on the chat, and Brian and myself will be looking at that. Thanks again, as before, to our judges. And before we start, I need to double check with the judges to make sure that they are okay. So we need Alexander, if you are there, Alexander. And I'll tell you what, I'm actually going to change my host tools just briefly. So I'm going to allow people to start the video, gosh, and also to unmute themselves. So I will try and turn that on, turn that off, just to make sure we don't get any unfortunate entrants coming in. So Alexander, if you are ready and with the judging team, please could you give me a thumbs up on your screen? Okay, I see the thumbs up. Thank you very much for that. So we have already done sound checks for the contestants, and we are looking forward to hearing people again. So the first person is going to be Chris Callahan. I have in my list here. So Chris, you are duly put up there. Can I just double check your sound, if that's okay, and make sure you're accepted? So Chris, can you just say a few words?
Okay, I hope it's a lot better. I did find a setting on Zoom, and hopefully that has done the trick.
Gosh, you are so loud, Chris. I might even have to turn you down. But yes, that was fantastic.
Well, I think maybe I was turned down because normally that setting is maximum.
Yeah, I think you need to turn it down just a bit. Otherwise, you are blowing my speakers. Right. Okay. Do you want to keep talking and adjust it, and I'll give you a thumbs up when it's just right.
Well, it's not so easy to do. I'll try and do it.
Yeah, just a little bit further down.
How about that?
That's too low. So about a little bit more than that, maybe halfway between those two.
And this? How is this?
Just up a touch.
Well, then we basically back to where we were.
Okay, well, down a little bit then, and I'll turn over to Brian, see what Brian thinks as you do that. Okay, Chris, give us a.
Okay, so how about this then?
That's okay. Right, Brian is a double thumbs up for that one, so that is brilliant.
Excellent.
Yes, thanks very much. Okay, so humorous speech competition. So let's see. Brian has put himself on the spotlight. We just need to put you back as a spotlight, which we will do. Chris, so there we go. Right, Chris, you are now spotlighted as well as the timing. So you should be able to see that. And I have disappeared, but no problem. So Chris, if you are ready, can you give me a thumbs up? Yes, you seem ready. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the humorous speech contest. Over to Chris Callahan.
Every day, in the same old way, I look in the mirror and I say, it's not funny. Mr. Contest Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I remember the days when I was a veritable Adonis with long curly hair stretching below my collar and adding a good 4 inches onto my height. I don't blame you if you don't believe me. Unless you're American, you probably don't even know what 4 inches is. It's about 10 centimeters. You see, I come from the deep BC era, before computers, that is. The first time I ever saw a portable calculator was in my second year at university. And the first desktop computers only became available after I had already completed my honors degree and had been working for several years. So as I say, I come from the deep BC era. In that wonderful time when one could leave your front door open and your keys in your car's ignition. And best of all, when the hair grew out of the top of my head as if reaching for the stars. Now the little that is left tends to grow out sideways and downwards, sprouting from my eyebrows, my ears, and my nose. As for that six-pack that I still hanker after, I've tried everything. I've lost 10 kilograms of fat. I've trained for 10 hours a week. And the only news I have to give you about those elusive muscles is that the reason that they're called a six-pack is because all 6 of them have packed up and left. Sometimes I find the world suddenly spinning like a top, and then I have to lie down quickly on the floor, and the world keeps spinning. It is amazing. I know that some people who spend a lot of money on beer, whiskey, and brandy to get this effect. I get it for free. I've always had a penchant for calcite crystals ever since I saw some beautiful honey-colored specimens in my first year studying geology. But why on earth do they have to grow in one's inner ear? And why do they come displaced when they do? This is not funny at all. But it is not only the body that is not quite up to what it was capable of in my 20s and my 30s. I think most of my IQ was contained in that 10 kilograms that I lost, because I am definitely becoming dumber and dumber by the day. I have noticed that these days I only seem to think once or twice a week. Now I understand and take great comfort in the words of the inimitable George Bernard Shaw, who said, most people only think once or twice a year. I have made myself an international reputation by thinking once or twice a week. You might know that in a moment of brilliance a few years ago, they do happen, not often, but they do happen, these moments. I decided that work had interfered in my life enough, and I would now retire. True, I was earning a good salary, but I simply had too much that I wanted to do and no time to do it. Only later did I realize that retirement is that one moment that you're always on the wrong side of. The problem is that everyone out there seems to think that because I'm retired, I have time to work. So they keep on offering me more work and more work. I don't know how to keep these time scavengers at bay. So here I am, having lost 10 kilograms of fat and a lot more IQ, struggling to find time for my Agora meetings and my art between all of the unpaid work. Meantime, I have finally come to respect one ex-American president. Perhaps Abraham Lincoln had similar problems to those that I face, because he said, my father taught me to work, but not to love it. I never did like work, and I don't deny it. I'd rather read, tell stories, crack jokes, talk, laugh, anything but work. But the days rush by and life goes on. Although sometimes on waking up, I'm not quite sure if I'm alive. Just sometimes, perhaps once a month or so, I wake up and all is quiet. I feel no pain anymore. And then I move, and I know that I'm alive, because this sort of pain doesn't exist in death. I struggle slowly onto my painful feet and hobble to the bathroom, and I look at the colored face of this spectre with bulging eyes that lurks behind every mirror that I look into. I do this no matter where I am, every day, in the same old way. I look in the mirror and I say, it's not funny. Mr. Contest Master.
Okay, thank you. Oh, let me just move this. Thank you very much there, Chris. Yeah. Thank you indeed. That was great. Thank you very much. And yeah, well, gosh, well done to take part in the humorous speech competition. And I was saying earlier how nice it is to hear views from different parts of the world, and it's also interesting to hear different types of humour maybe from across the world, and this is something I've really been interested in, as to what makes people laugh in different places, and you know, but I love the lightness, and I think there's something about a light story, not too deep, not too heavy, and so that's great, and that's something that we can all appreciate. So thank you, Chris, for that lightness there. Now I am going to look at my spreadsheet, which says that Casey is our next speaker. So Casey, we're going to spotlight you. I'm looking over at Brian there. If Brian is able to spotlight Casey, and we might double check the sound as well while that's being done. So Casey, yeah, do you just want to give us a quick sound check, please?
Hello, hello, hello. Signing out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is fine, Casey. Yeah, that's great. We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you so much. So we'll, if you are ready, that is great. We'll be asking Brian to put the timing thing on as another spotlight. And also, I'm going to move through my screen to find Alexander's image or lack of image. And also, let me double check that we've got all the host tools that we want here. Let's just check that we are completely fine with that. So I've allowed people to unmute themselves, start video. So I'm going to turn that off again now that you are there. So Alexander, if you are ready, could you give me a thumbs up, please? Okay, thank you. That's great. Okay, timer ready, Brian? Yes. Casey ready? Excellent. I will remove my spotlight like this. And Casey, over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, way, way back in the early times in history, the tribes of man had discovered this wonderful new thing called farming. Now, farming was great in certain ways. It gives you a ton of grain. But then the problem is you have to keep control of that grain. Up until then, people had been foraging and hunting and doing other things. And while hunting, they'd figured out that you could train a wolf by a careful application of rewards and punishments to join you in the hunt and help you. And then you and the wolf both got plenty of meat, which was great as far as it went. But, you had to work on it. Wolves are pack animals. They use the idea of following along with someone. You're a bit of a different shape from a wolf, so the tribes of man had to work very hard to make sure that the wolf actually did what they wanted, not what he wanted. But with time, they managed to start to train some to follow their arrangements. The problem with this was that the wolf was out with a man when he was hunting. And back home, all the grain from farming was all stored together very nicely, very good. And then the mice found it. And mice and shrews and rats and other various rodents would come and eat the grain that the man worked so hard to grow and then run off when he tried to stop them. And they had to deal with this. Fortunately, it's around this time that cat moved in. Now, cat, a couple of important things about cat. First of all, cat eats meat. Importantly, cat only eats meat. So cat doesn't touch the grain because who cares if grain is not meat? Also, cat tends to hunt alone. He's not in a group. He doesn't like people to control where he hunts. He hunts where he wants. And where he wants to hunt is where all the food is. And for the cat, the food is meat that is small enough that he can catch it, which is the mice, the shrews, the rats, the other similar rodents. The same ones that are attracted to all the grain. So while mouse coming to get the grain, cat followed along to get the mice. And cat didn't eat the grain. So the tribes of man realized that once you have a cat there, this keeps the grain safe because cat eats the mouse doesn't eat the grain. Your grain lasts longer, and this is wonderful. Sure, when the hunting season is good, the guy out with the dogs bring back lots of meat, and when there aren't many mice around, then you can feed some of this meat to the cat to make sure he stays around there, because if he goes away, the mouse will come back. So you have this three-way combination of man and dog and cat. Dog follows what man says because man has spent a long time very carefully training dog, rewards and punishments, until dog's children and dog's children's children have learned that you listen to the fellow with two legs and upper posture. Cat's different. Cat doesn't care to be told what to do. Cat does what cat wants. But fortunately, cat wants to eat meat and not grain. So every time that your cat leaves a dead mouse on your doorstep, you know the cat is just reminding you your grain is safe for another year.
Great, thank you very much, Casey. Thank you indeed. I love that story. So I love cats. I love dogs. So well, there we go. So that's all very good. Thank you very much indeed, and we appreciate that. And we are going to continue on. I was keeping on the roll with our contestants. Our third contestant is Penny. So again, I'm going to ask Penny to maybe raise a hand, such as we are doing. Oh, there we go. You're on the case there, Penny. So let's just see. You seem to be a bit lower than you were before. What's happened there? Oh, there we go. That's excellent. Brilliant. And I should say, you know, that these speeches do take time to think about, to write, to prepare. So thank you to people for putting in that effort. You know, I know that we get something out of it as the audience, and the speaker gets something out of it from taking that time to prepare, to build on those things. And we've had some great tips today, actually, one way and another, it seems to me, from people who've been there, maybe done it quite a lot, and they're able to share their experience. So, Penny, would just do a quick sound check? Your sound was really lovely last time. Can you just say a few words, and we'll make sure you're still sounding like that? Oh, let me just, thank you very much. Yeah, there we go. You see there, I need to allow you to unmute yourself. Let me just, yeah, there we go. You should be able to do it now. Oh, I think you need to click on unmute again.
Yes, here we are.
Brilliant. Okay, we've been very safe now with in terms of who can unmute and who can't. So thank you for your patience there. So yeah, just 3 words. If someone's just joined, maybe you could just say, you know, Singapore, but where are you from originally? And
I'm from the UK originally, coming from Devon, not Newcastle.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, and in banking, 29 years in Singapore. And my title this evening is Slightly Shaken, Mildly Stirred.
Oh,
slightly shaken,
mild. Yeah.
Mildly stirred.
Great. Thank you for that speech title and for sharing that. Let me check in with our judges. So, Alexander, please could you give me a thumbs up if you are ready? Okay, thank you, Alexander. So, judging team is ready. I will remove my spotlight and then start when you're ready, Penny. Thank you very much.
Agora. Good evening to you. At my own speaking club, I need to tell you something very important. I won the most flirtatious member of my speaking club. Now, men, please listen to me. Ladies, just put that on for just a short while. Let me talk with husbands, boyfriends, fiancés. I'm sure on a Monday morning when you're facing the whole business week, you quite like a little frivolity. You quite like a mild little flirtation with a pretty young colleague who's just joined your firm, just to start the week off in a very good way. I believe that that is important. It's fun being flirtatious. But just at that time, when I was much younger than I am now, I lost my flirtation streak because of something serious, sad that had happened. And I didn't really know what to do. My personality was almost discolored, if you like. But I did something very, very silly. I decided to book a holiday because I went all shy and silly and stupid. And some would say, probably the men would say, I booked a holiday in Sorrento in Italy. Yes, they would say, Penny, that was the wrong choice. However, I arrived at this Art Deco hotel. And can you believe? An empty reception, but 4 very handsome Italian men, beautifully coiffured, greeted me for my holiday. I only had 1 piece of luggage. It was a big suitcase, but 2 of these handsome men took 1 suitcase up to my room. I thought, that's It's very, very interesting. And as I closed the door on them, with, of course, a little tip, my goodness, the phone went. What on earth knows I'm here? And the phone said, I'm Mr. Penny. I am the manager of the hotel. I am Giovanni. Please have a drink with me later on. I put the phone down. Too quickly flirtatious for me. My first day, armed with my reading glasses, armed with my books, at the swimming pool. Being English, of course we're there, we're dying to have some sun. At lunchtime, I decided to wander in the rather exclusive sort of streets, a little town that Sorrento was. And I hopped upon this wonderful, classic, old-fashioned jewelry shop. I opened the door, staring, of course, excitedly at the cameos. And as I opened the glass door, the little bell on top rang. And obviously the Italian young manager and owner greeted me. He caressed me with his smile. And as he left his last customer and ushered her outside the door, he sat me down on this beautiful, luxurious velvet blue sofa. And in front, it was adorned with a very, very glossy, old-fashioned mirror. And he said to me, as he cozied up to me, this jeweler, he said, by the way, he put the blinds down at that point. Mind, it was lunchtime coming up. And he said, the porcelain of the skin, so beautiful. Let me put on this galabeah for you. And as he put the galabeah on, and he started stroking my neck and my shoulder, and started to come down on me, I suddenly found hunger. I escaped. So flirtation. Day 3 at the swimming pool. Lunchtime, early lunchtime drinks, of course, and 2 very, very smart waiters going around with trays of drinks. One of them, the one at the front, had a placard. Agora, my name was on it. The manager was inviting me for a cocktail at lunchtime. And all my friends at the swimming pool that I'd just made, they just laughed. No support. I went up to the bar. It was lonely, it was quiet, and it was dark. And I felt very awkward. And all I could see was the hotel manager's ring, wedding ring, glistening in the light. And I said something so stupid, so nervously. I said, Mr. Giovanni, what are you doing this afternoon? So stupid. And he said, at 4 p.m., I go to see the football. But before that, I want you to make me the happy man. Agora! I left. I said, I have to swim. So flirtatious, so flirtatious. One of my last evenings at the very glamorous, again old-fashioned dining rooms, the maitre d' was making a fuss of me and really putting my dropped napkin on my knee so gently and so slowly. And he put his mouth quite next door to my ear, and I thought he was whispering what else I wanted to eat. Agora, he said something very, very amusing, something very, very shocking. But he said, bella, bella, you're so beautiful. The English is the English. Can I tell you something? I wanted to make love to you. The honeymoon couple heard it, laughed. It was a loud whisper, and we all created the conversation of crescendo laughing. Many stories there. But Agora, we can all be mildly flirtation, mildly flustered, slightly shaken, I think, in our lives. But sometimes these are opportunities in our personal life, in our career, whatever, as mums and dads. It can be fun, as long as it's innocent and we're not unfaithful. Please use that frustration, because you never know. You might even be looking so happy, so gorgeous, even as you age, that you might meet the man of your dreams in some sort of mild flirtation channel. Agora, slightly shaken, mildly stirred. Enjoy your life and carry on innocently flirting. Agora.
Thank you so much, Penny. Thank you very much for that speech. I will remove your spotlight. There we go. Thank you very much. Well, I hope, ladies and gentlemen, you've enjoyed that competition. Those were our three speakers, and all a little bit different, all adding something to what we're having today. So I can leave Alexander and the judges to ponder, to think, to add information into what they want to say about it. We're looking forward to hearing the results of the competition and comments from Alexander later. But before we have that, we've got several treats in store for you, including several videos from people. They've been brought in. I've enjoyed watching them already, but I know you're going to enjoy watching them too. So with that in mind, I'm going to ask Brian if he is available to spotlight the presenting team, and I'm going to hand back to the presenting team when they are there. And as I say that, oh, there we go. There they are. A new set of people. Lovely to see you there. Welcome to the presenting team for now.
Nice to see you.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope we enjoyed the humorous session of the contest today. I'll be handing over to Nelly, who will be introducing our next speaker in the person of Fred Jones. Over to you, Nelly.
Thank you, Esther. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, once again. It's my real pleasure to welcome you into our next conversation. A conversation that couldn't be more timely and more importantly. We are here to explore a question that touches every parent, touches every educator, policymaker, community leaders, you name it. So what is the question that we are going to explore? The question is, how do we best prepare our youth for a world that is constantly changing and often unfamiliar? Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a time of rapid transformation. I'm sure we can all agree on that. Technology is evolving faster than ever. Global changes, challenges are reshaping the way we live and the way we work. And the future of our young people are stepping into is filled with both uncertainty and, it's fair to say, as well as opportunities. The skills and the mindsets, the values they need today are not necessarily the ones we grew up with. I'm sure we can all agree on that. So, our next speaker today, I'm quite happy to introduce the speaker, who is our ambassador, Canada, and Agora Speakers Youth Program leader, Fred Jones. He brings us deep insight into this topic, how Agora supports individuals to explore, support individuals to nurture their resilience, curiosity, adaptability, purpose in this next generation. We will look at the role of Agora in educating, mentoring, how it can help or how it can play a part in shaping the future and empowering our youth. So please join me in giving a warm welcome to Fred John, who will, as we dive into this vital conversation. And the conversation is, ladies and gentlemen, is how do we best prepare our youth for an unfamiliar world? I hope you enjoy this. as it captures our attention into such a vital conversation. Thank you.
The big question is, how can we best prepare our youth for an unfamiliar world? Today, there is so much change in the world with artificial intelligence, robotics, and many other technologies like social media making changes and impacting our world, that today's young generation is facing more changes more rapidly than any previous generation. So how can we assist them to cope with all of these changes that are going to impact the way they work together, the way they learn, and the way they solve problems, which are going to be a multitude of problems that they are going to be facing, things that they've never seen before. So one thing that is important is good, improved interpersonal communication skills. For example, if we have two individuals equally brilliant in any field, but one of them is not able to communicate very clearly, they may be blunt, rude, defensive, or blaming, won't even look at you in the eye, doesn't consult the team, doesn't share, but the other person has got clear language, is open-minded, has good eye contact, is inclusive and friendly, and help work together and help solve issues and problems. This person who has a good interpersonal communication skills has a happier, more fulfilled life. And this person who has poor skills is very frustrated and very often not very happy. So this is one way that we look at how can we improve interpersonal skills. Now, as an ambassador for Agora Speakers International and working with young people, I believe that Agora offers many techniques and many methods that can assist us. And Agora mission statement is it empowers you to become a brilliant communicator and a confident leader who will actively build a better world. Now, I want to introduce this 8 core attributes of the compass advantage. And this has been designed and done by Dr. Marilyn Price Mitchell. And she's recognized and done studies and a lot of work on what are the 8 core attributes that help people work together and become happy, successful, and fulfilled people, not only working together, but good citizens and good family members. And that is have empathy for others, being curious, being sociable, having resilience, being self-aware, having integrity, and being resourceful and creative. And how does Agora Speakers fit into that? Well, for empathy, for example, in Agora Speakers, we listen to each other and we evaluate our stories and fosters compassion and understanding, and we get to know each other very well. And then we also encourage exploration through speech topics and questioning and reflection, and this helps us with our curiosity. And we build communication and collaboration skills in a respectful, team-based environment, which improves our sociability. And it helps us because we face fears, we receive feedback, we improve through consistent speaking practice, and that improves our resilience. In Agora Speakers, we of course do speeches, we prepare them, we have evaluations from our peers, we promote emotional awareness and personal growth, which makes us more self-aware. And we foster accountability and ethical leadership and honest expression in Agora Speakers, which helps us improve our integrity. And we promote quick thinking through impromptu speaking and organizing meetings, which again helps us with our resourcefulness. And in Agora Speakers, we encourage imaginative storytelling and expression in speeches and in various events, and that improves our creativity. There's an enormous amount of information and techniques in Agora Speakers that we can pick and choose from, whatever is appropriate to the needs, not only from speeches and analytical reports, but such things as language games or icebreakers or debates or colloquialism or event organizations or different projects. So we can look at our requirements and see what Agora Speakers has to offer in our own situation, not only in public speaking and leadership, but critical thinking and debating and argumentation. So this is the mission statement of Agora Speakers, to empower you to become a brilliant communicator and a confident leader who will actively build a better world. So how can this fit into our school system? Now, for example, this was a school that I visited in Nepal, and they were demonstrating some of their techniques. There were speakers, impromptu speakers, and evaluators, etc., and other meeting roles, and they were demonstrating to other people at Orchid School. And while I was there, I saw this in their courtyard, this sign, which says, "Tell me and I'll forget, show me and I might remember, but involve me and I'll understand." And that's what Agora Speaker does. We involve everyone. And here's another school. For the past few years, every week, they hold sessions with Agora Speakers. And this is an example at Wings Academy in Badapur, Nepal. So the school system is one place where Agora Speakers could have an impact. So I am an ambassador for Canada and for Agora Speakers youth programs. So I'm looking for some educators who are pioneers, or be interested in discussing if we could have some pilot projects. What would work with you? So reach out to me. My email address is mqsjones@gmail.com, and I'd look forward to speaking with you and discussing how Agora Speakers may fit into your community, into your school. Maybe it's weekly meetings, maybe it's in class, maybe it's lunchtime programs, maybe it's summer camps.
Thank you, Fred. Some of you may recognize Fred through his work as the Agora Ambassador for Canada and for youth projects. And Fred has actually attended every single conference since the beginning, and he's actually travelled here to Newcastle today to be with us. So very warm welcome to Newcastle, Fred.
And our next keynote speaker is Yuri Fuji. Yuri is a passionate young speaker, 10 years old, living in Cambridge, UK. She has delivered 70 speeches at the VMC Agora Speakers Club, USA, where she continues to develop her confidence at public speaking. James, I was wondering what I was doing when I was 10 years old. Probably nagging my dad for a video game. But Yuri, you're not just an inspiration for the kids, but you're an inspiration for kids like me, who are kids at heart like me. And Yuri is especially interested in climate change, mathematics, science experiments. She also enjoys collecting rocks and minerals, drawing and exploring nature. Her favorite foods are gravy, Yorkshire pudding, and sushi. Yuri is thrilled to be delivering a speech today and is grateful for the opportunity to share the thoughts with such an inspiring audience. Yuri's speech will last for 7 minutes, and it is entitled Vote for Children. Over to you, Yuri.
I'm Yuri, and today I'm going to talk about my opinion on the youth vote. I think children should get a vote. I'm going to start off with how children have different opinions. After that, I'll talk about how children are ready for this challenge. Finally, I'll conclude with the current situation. I'm going to start off with how children have different opinions. Normally, children's opinions and ideas will be based on who raised them, saw a lot, or got influenced by. This can include relatives, close friends, social media stars, and their past experiences. But sometimes, children have different opinions than adults. Lots of children want to save the earth, while many others don't agree. They don't think it's important, even though it's extremely important. Without everybody helping, our earth can crumble. Especially for climate change, look at Greta Thunberg and Donald Trump. They're two very different individuals with two very different opinions. Many children are interested in and sometimes worried about what our earth will look like in the future. Some children are concerned about whether planet Earth will even be habitable in 2100 if global warming has not stopped. Some rich countries are borrowing more and more money. This is called sovereign debt. This is debt so future generations need to pay it back. Some children might be worried about the economy in the future. Climate economists predict that the losses from climate change can range from 40 to 50% of global GDP. This means younger people may only become half as wealthy as their parents' generation. If we can say that children care about 50 years later or 100 years later more seriously than adults do, then maybe their point of view will help politicians think about the benefits of policies. Political short-sightedness refers to the tendency of politicians and governments to prioritize short-term gains and immediate benefits over long-term gains, but it's often at the expense of the future generations. They may be reluctant to implement policies that are unpopular in the short term, even if they're crucial in addressing the long-term challenges. Many children go on strike and on school days for climate change. It's a student-led movement, and many young people do it to protest against the lack of action. The movement was popularized by Greta Thunberg. Now, I will explain why I believe that children are ready for this challenge by addressing some common counter-arguments against youth votes. One common counter-argument against the youth vote is that children are not mature enough. They may or may not be mature enough, but they have their own concerns about the future, and that might not be shared with older generations. Children want to fight for their rights, their world, and for others. Children are responsible for the future that they need to live in, whether they like it or not. If adults cannot take this responsibility, then only children can. In voting systems, we are not allowed to exclude any immature adults. The second common counter-argument is that children are easily led by YouTubers and their parents. However, adults can also be led by people. It's not just children. Adults too get influenced by their family members and fake news they see online. Children lead children. Greta Thunberg led millions of children. The last common counter-argument is that children can wait until future elections. I think the problem with this argument is that there are some irreversible decisions. That means some decisions the current adults make now cannot be reversed or changed in the future. A good example is climate change. The drastic changes climate change is doing to our climate system that might not be reversible for centuries or more. Children will have to live with the consequences of the decisions made by current adults. Another example is sovereign debt. Once a country borrows lots of money, future generations cannot just cancel it. They have to repay it. We must act now. Our last hope is children. To conclude this speech, let me talk about the current situation of the youth vote. Brazil already lowered the voting age to 16 as early as 1988. Many Latin American countries followed. In Europe, Austria was the first member of the EU to adopt the voting age of 16 for most purposes. This was followed by some EU countries. In New Zealand, in 2022, the Supreme Court said that setting the minimum voting age to 18 was a discrimination. Parliament has not changed the law yet. In my country, it is 18, but our Prime Minister Keir Starmer said that we will lower it to 16 by the next general election. Canada has not gone down to 16 yet, and surprisingly, the USA was thinking about increasing the age. Professor David Runciman at the University of Cambridge said that we have to lower the voting age to 6 rather than 16. The final frontier of enfranchisement is children. He pointed out that all criticisms against Vote for Children are the same as those against the women's right to vote in the previous century. They were all proved wrong. To conclude, whether or not children are mature enough, they have their own concerns for the future, and they have different opinions than adults. We are not allowed to exclude any adults from votings, even if they're not mature enough. Everybody can be led, it's not just children. If children wait until future elections, it will be too late. Some things cannot be fixed if we don't act immediately. Children are responsible for their future many, many years later. So I think children in school and younger children should get a voting right because children are the future. Thank you for listening to my speech.
Okay, thank you, James. So if you can just unmute yourselves, that'd be great. And then we can...
Thank you, Richard, for reminding us about the mute button. That happened at least once during today's conference. So thank you. I was just thanking Yuri for her speech there on Vote for Children and explaining that our next guest speaker is Rumana Zahn.
Rumana is a business leader, speaker, and educator with over a decade of experience delivering workshops, speaking conferences, online and offline. She also holds leadership roles across several industries where she contributes to the development of integrative healthcare. Her public speaking journey began with a deep fear, and over the period, she transformed herself, challenged herself with overcome the fear and got her authentic voice, clarity in speech, purpose, and presence of her speech. And Rumana runs her own health business, combining scientific background and her industry knowledge in microbiology with the wisdom of traditional medicine. And as speaking from Rumana is, fear can trigger freeze responses. More than in one way, it can trigger a lot of response. Either you will stumble upon while you're speaking or different responses. So her top tip is, rather than working on different techniques to gain the confidence, work on the fear itself, overcome it, and gain your confidence in public speaking. Over to you, Rumana.
Rumana, welcome. It's good to be speaking to you again after 10 years since you first joined us. So tell me, what's your journey been like?
Thank you. It's a real honor to be asked. When I first got involved with public speaking, all I wanted was to feel less afraid. But over the years, it's become so much more than that. It's been a doorway into more confidence, more clarity, more leadership, and really more about discovering myself.
Yes, I can understand that. What were some of the biggest challenges, though, when you started 10 long years ago?
Oh, where do I start? Confidence, definitely. I thought I knew how to speak in public until I had a bad experience. I was in a boardroom with 20 executives in Dubai and I completely fell apart. It just didn't go well and I lost all my confidence. So I had to go right back to the beginning and rebuild. Every time I stood up to speak, I'd tremble, get sweaty palms, and just wish it was over. I'd over-prepare and overthink and still feel it wasn't good enough. I used to think confidence had meant having no fear. What I learned is confidence is about continuing even with the fear.
So what helped you through that fear then, Rumana?
It was a mix of things. First, practice. There's no substitute for just doing it again and again. But also I realized I didn't have to sound like anyone else. The turning point really came when I stopped trying to be perfect and started being me, authentic, a little vulnerable, but real. And I noticed people responding to that, getting feedback, learning techniques, and observing others helped too. But the biggest shift was internal, realizing I had something worth saying and it mattered to others.
Yeah. And what's changed since then?
A lot. I now run workshops, speak at conferences, teach online courses, and I've even been interviewed on podcasts.
Oh, wow.
Speaking has really become part of my everyday work and life. I still get nervous though. It doesn't magically go away, but I no longer let it take over. What's changed, I suppose, is that I trust myself more. I've come to see that nerves don't mean you're not ready. They usually just mean you care. And I love watching how people respond when I speak now. That human connection means so much.
You've developed a strong voice. How did that come about?
At first, I copied what I thought speakers should sound like, more formal, more structured. But it didn't feel natural. Over time, I realized the most powerful thing you can do is sound like yourself. Authenticity is everything. Your style reflects your identity, how you think, feel, and want to connect with others. I began asking, who do I want to be when I speak? Not just what do I want to say? That changed everything. And funnily, the more relaxed I became, the easier it was just to be me. That's when my voice began to flow more easily. And I'm big on respecting your voice, its rhythm, tone, cultural roots. I love the diversity of sound of people's voices. It's not just about delivery, it's about how you show up.
So for you, voice is more than just speaking?
Absolutely. Your voice is part of your identity. It's how you express your values and give words their power. A speech can be written by anyone. AI could write it even, but you still have to deliver it. When I speak now, I speak with meaning and presence, not just performance. I want people to hear my words, yes, but I also want them to feel my intentions. Whether it's one-to-one or a large audience, the real impact comes from presence and connection, not perfection. And the key is keeping that connection open, even in the presence of fear.
And when you think about how far you've come, Romana, what advice would you give for somebody just starting off or somebody who's perhaps struggling?
Yes. Don't wait to be fearless. Just start. Speak, tremble, just do it. We all start scared. But if you keep going, something does start to shift. You begin to find your voice, and in that you find your strength. There's someone out there who needs to hear your words in your voice, spoken in your way.
Sounds very succinct. Thank you very much, Romana. It's been an absolute pleasure to speak with you. And thank you very much. This is a first of several podcasts we've got planned. Speak with Romana, and look forward to the next one. Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks, Peter.
Anna, and thank you, Peter, there, interviewing Romana. Romana actually started her speaking journey here at A1 Speakers, and her journey has been an inspiration to us all. I'm joined here by Esther to introduce our next guest speaker.
So today it's my absolute pleasure to introduce a speaker whose storytelling isn't just legendary, it's the kind that will get you to nod, pause, and write memorable lines in your notes. Jeff Ram hails from the vibrant northeast of England, which you must have heard a lot about today, and is known to many of us in the A1 Speaking Club. And we've had the opportunities of learning from him directly. Forbes described him as a game changer. So he doesn't just talk about service, he writes the playbook, performs it, and teaches in a way that you wonder, why did I never think about the gap in service? He's the creative mind behind 2 books. One of them is Celebrity Service, the other is Celebrity Service Superstars. These 2 books have redefined how customers and audience think when it comes to customer service. He is trusted by heavyweight global brands such as Emirates, Warner Brothers, McDonald's, and Specsavers. And he has helped them to find that elusive gap in their service that they never knew existed. It's that spark of delight, that spark of surprise, and the celebrity mindset. He's traveled across various countries, spreading his infectious humor, creativity, and supercharged service philosophy to entrepreneurs, corporate teams, and speech clubs alike. His journey didn't start in the boardroom. He started in the Chamber of Commerce meeting in Carlisle about 20 years ago with the question, what would you do if a celebrity walked into your shop? His approach is simple and deeply effective. Most businesses will rate themselves a 7 or 8 out of 10, but if a Hollywood A-lister walks into your shop, suddenly pretty good would not just cut it. And that gap is what Jeff invites us to bridge. He sprinkles stories, laughter, and unforgettable charity service movement. Anyone who's heard him speak knows this, that his talks have measurable results. They have record-setting response rate and dramatic sales lift, as well as glowing recognition and the praise of Forbes. How about his on-stage presence? Just picture storytelling that delivers big laughs, insights that you would actually use, and the kind of energy that will get you leaning forward in your seat. So whether you're here to learn to tell stories that make others look good, or transform your audience into advocates, or simply learn the power and joy of saying a thank you, you're in for a treat. Please join me as we give a warm, enthusiastic, and slightly starstruck welcome to Jeff Ram. Thank you.
That's it. And Esther, if I can just add to your excellent introduction there that this video the sound is a little bit different to what you've had. It says, you rightly said, Esther, it puts you on the edge of the seats. I think you might find that it's a little bit louder. So just want to let people know, so you're aware of that. If you do get a bit blasted out, you might have to adjust your sound settings. I also wanted to point out that Jeff's such a good storyteller that we're sort of jumping into a little bit into the story. So he's already started to talk about it a little bit when this clip starts, but the whole story will still make sense. So that's how it's working. Let's go for it.
Haley and our daughter Grace, they got on a similar train from Newcastle and they went down to King's Cross because they were going to see a show. They loved the show, they loved the theatres, and they went to see Matilda. I think it was Matilda in the West End in London. So off they went on the 6 o'clock in the morning train. It's about three and a bit hours, all the way down to King's Cross. They have their breakfast, they do some shopping, they go around and they have some food, and then they go to the Matilda sort of matinee performance, and then they get on the late train back, and it's a big, long, crazy day. I'm at home, I'm sat in the kitchen. Elliot, our son, he comes downstairs, we're having breakfast together. Remember, his mum and sister have gone off to London for the day, and Elliot turns to me. He says, "Daddy, can we go on a big train?" I said, "Yeah. But we're not going to go all the way down to London. That'll be a bit of a crazy 3.5 hours, then another 3.5 hours. Bit of a crazy one, Elliot." but we'll go on a big train. We'll just go on maybe a shorter journey. He said, okay. So we got to Newcastle Central Station. Oh, by the way, this is Elliot. Elliot got a bigger R than Tom Hardy. That's interesting. I wonder where he gets it from. There you go. There you go. Get to the ticket office. Walks into the ticket office, and there at the counter, there was a lady behind the counter, and I walked up to the ticket office and I said, next big train, please. She said, what? I said, next big train. She says, what do you mean? I said, my son loves big trains. He doesn't want a small train, he wants a big train. I says, I don't want any crazy journey, I just want whatever you've got coming up next, north or south, about 45 minutes to an hour. So north is kind of Berwick up to Edinburgh, about time-wise, and then south is about York, is about an hour, about York. I says, whatever you've got next. In 11 minutes' time, there's a train going to Edinburgh, it stops off at Berwick. I said, fantastic, I'll have 2 tickets. She said, how old's your son? I said, he's 4. Under 5s are free. He doesn't need a ticket. Ka-ching. It's good news. Just saved us some money. When you see the opportunity to save a customer money, you take it, don't you? Or maybe he's not. That's good. Just said, ka-ching. Brilliant. He doesn't need a ticket. But I think you'd like one. What's his name? Elliot. She took out a blank ticket and she picked up a pen and she wrote 3 words. She leant over the counter and she goes, there you go, Elliot, have a great trip. His face lit up. We walked out of the office and we're walking towards the platform and I'm looking around and he's still beaming, he's still beaming. And I said, you all right? He said, Daddy, look. Oh. And before I got on the train, I held the ticket up and I took the following photograph. Now, isn't that an interesting sound? Are your customers leaving your store going, oh? For those of you who made that sound, it's lovely, isn't it? You get it. You get what excitement looks like. The opportunity and taking that opportunity. The action. There are some people in this room didn't make any sound. And you're the type of people that went, well, that's a waste of card. We're supposed to be saving the planet, Jeff. And you're just wasting. Shut up. Cut as many trees down as you want because this is rare. This is rare. This is extremely rare. We had a horrible time in Berwick. Where's the Berwick store? Where are you? Yeah. It just rains. It just rains. And it was bright sunshine. As soon as we got to Berwick, doors open, and me and Elliot looked at each other and went, oh. And we just got on the next train and we came back to Newcastle. Quick question for you. Just a quick question. This is interactive. Go for it. What did I do with this photograph? Who said that? Who said that? Tweet? Yes, I tweeted it to Virgin Trains, East Coast, West Coast, every coast I could find. It has been, since I did this, I've done this a few times, it's been liked, shared and retweeted 2.2 million times. What else did I do with it? Sorry? Framed it. No, Elliot will not let me touch it. It's in his little memory box. I'm not allowed it. So I've just got the photograph. It was on Facebook. I put it on Facebook. It was my second biggest posting of the year. Only was beaten by my birthday. My second biggest posting of that year. 2.2 million impressions and shares and all the rest of it on Twitter. It's content in my book. It is content in my talks. Here I am speaking to 700 amazing people in Celtic manner about a story that happened some time ago. Who is talking about you? Which customer right now has come into your store, has received celebrity service, and they're like, oh, and the first thing that they do is take a photograph and they share it with the world. Because if nobody is sharing our amazing experience, then maybe we're not giving them an amazing experience to share. We got to the end of the platform. We got back from Berwick. And there's one thing I hadn't done. A video. I thought, oh, I'd love to do a quick video and upload it to YouTube. And it was starting to rain now. We had the Berwick influence. It was starting to rain. And I started recording the video. And after about 10 seconds of me talking, I suddenly realized that I didn't have the lady's name. We were so busy getting the ticket and paying the money and all the rest of it and getting, to the platform. She didn't have a name badge. And I was like, just do it. Just do the video and I'll call her the lady in the ticket office. Elliot makes a cameo appearance. If anybody wants to go to my YouTube channel and have a look at the video, you can see it yourself. Check out the first comment on the video. Hi, Jeff. That's my grandma. She wrote Elliot's magic ticket. I hope you and Elliot had a great trip. I was like, shut up. Within a fortnight, I had engraved one of only 6 celebrity service star awards I've ever given to anybody in the world. She spotted the opportunity and she took it. That's the award that I give this lady. But I do go back to that original question. Who's talking about you? Which speaker on a stage is currently talking about you right now? Give me a reason to talk about you, or I won't. Excitement. Spot the opportunities. Take them. What did this cost? Nothing. You can create the experience the world can talk about. But it's a choice. Choose well. I wish you all every future success. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and there we go. So it's great to see that particular video of Jeff. And Jeff is actually someone that I know because he lives right close to us. He's not too far from the bridge, you can see in the background there. And when I was in a speech competition in Newcastle upon Tyne, Jeff, who was on stage there, was actually the speaker who was responsible for being not only someone who could command the room, but also who could judge a competition. And I thought I'd done a great job. I thought I'd done this great speech. And Jeff said, Richard, there's something wrong with your story. You're not ending it enough. You're not giving it enough rounding off for people to feel satisfied at the end of it. You need to add a bit more to your story. And he was absolutely right. I did need to add a little bit more to my story. And I was able to pass that advice on to other people thanks to Jeff's suggestion to me. Most recently, my son was getting married and he was giving his speech and we were all there and he'd planned a story and I was like, oh, this could be good, but it lacked just that little bit at the end to round it off. And then when we worked on it together and we got to that last little bit, he did a final sort of move. It just brought it to a brilliant way of coming together and absolutely killed the audience, as in they laughed. They thought it was most amusing. And I knew that the reason they thought it was amusing was because of the craft of telling the story, the craft that Jeff and others have taught that enabled people to really link into that story and get it through. So I hope that's been useful as that one. I just want to share a further story from Jeff. And this one again, it reflects his experience. I want you to particularly look at the way that he tells the story. It's not just the content, it's the way that he is telling it. And again, we're going to start off sort of a bit in the middle of the story, but I think you'll be able to pick it up fairly easily. And I also think that it will, all the sound volume is a little bit different again. I'm sorry about this. It's just the way that Jeff records them. So you may have to turn it up a little bit, having turned it down before. Okay, so if that is okay, I will share this next video. And after this next video, we'll be listening to Alexander. So just sort of letting Alexander know that after this video, there will be a handover from the presenting team to Alexander, and we'll be talking about the competition and the results of the competition. So with that all said, let me click on this button here. We're going to go back to Jeff, and he's talking about, in this story, he's talking about his daughter. So he's got several people in this in his family. So this is, I think, the daughter. Let us see what he's got to say.
Stick, glue, paint, colouring, you name it.
Oh, let me just change. Actually, I'm just going to make it a little bit louder because it's a little bit quiet at the moment, I think. It could be, if it's a bit too quiet, we may not. It may not work out actually, but we're just going to see how it works. So I'm going to ask Brian if this does indeed work okay. So let us try and see how it goes.
2 weeks from her 4th birthday. 2 weeks. I'm in London. I've got a conference in London, and my train was on a fixed ticket back to Newcastle from London King's Cross at 4 o'clock. The conference finished a little bit earlier than what everybody had thought. It finished at 12 noon. I have now got 4 hours to waste, to spend in London. What do I do? And I thought to myself, I wonder if I can go and buy Grace a little something extra, a little something. You see, we'd already bought her the sort of child's bike and the doll. But I wondered if I could just buy a little art, craft product, something a little bit different that I can't buy back home. So I went to a store called Hamley's, also known as the world's most famous toy store. For those of you who've been to the store, it's 7 stories tall, and the 3rd floor is the girls' department. All the way down the middle of the store is an escalator well, going up to the bottom and all the way to the top. And on the edge of the escalator well, there's a table on every corner. On top of the table on every corner is a demonstration of the products, of the toys that you can buy. So I get up to the 3rd floor, I've got my suit on, I've got my case, and I walk up to the 3rd floor, and I get round the corner, and there's the first table. On top of the table is an easel. On top of the easel is a great big piece of white paper. In front of the table is a row of children in a semicircle all gathered round. Behind the children are the parents. Behind the parents, I wonder what this product is. And this is the product. It's a grey plastic tray with 6 slabs of coloured paint and a brush. The member of staff dips it in water, but she rolls it over 3 colours at the same time. She said, "This, boys and girls, is how you do the butterfly." And the children were like, "Oh." And the parents were like, "Ooh. Look at that! It's a butterfly in 3 different colors. It's like a magic brush." Rolls it over another 3 colors. She said, "This, boys and girls, is how you do the caterpillar." She says, "If you buy today you get free stencils. The stencils are worth £10. The product is £20 for 6 bits of paint and a brush. But this is the offer, and if you buy today, you get free stencils. A few people bought, and then everybody dispersed. But I'm still stood here. What should I do? Grace doesn't need this. It's far too expensive for it, but she would love it. She doesn't need it, she would love it. And I'm just in this flux. What should I do? What should I do? This member of staff notices that I'm stood in the background. So she takes 2 steps forward and insert the greatest engaging question of all time, bar none. She said, "Is this for anybody special?" Yeah. And I just spilled the beans. I said, yeah, my daughter, she loves to cut, stick, glue, paint, very artistic. It's her birthday in a couple of weeks' time. I'm just having a look for some ideas. She says, oh, if you buy today, you get free stencils worth £10. I said, I've seen the deal. I've seen the whole show. But I've just walked in. You're the first thing I've seen. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a little walk around the shop. And if I don't see anything else I like, I'll pop back. Insert the second greatest engaging customer service question of all time, bar none. What's your daughter's name? Grace? If you don't come back, would you give this to Grace on her birthday from me? And I handed over a £20 note. I said, on one condition. She said, what's that? I said, I want your photograph. She said, what for? I said, I'm going to share this story for the next 30 years. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Julia.
Okay, let me just resume myself. Here we go. Excellent. So I really liked that video from Jeff, and I love the way that he did the props. You know, often we talk about how are we going to use props, and one of the answers to using props in Jeff's case was he actually mimed it, and he's sort of carrying things around. What a brilliant way of introducing props. Now, the other thing about Jeff, just for us in the Northeast here, as I mentioned, the bridge in the background, he was someone who was just an ordinary person. He worked a bit in marketing, you know, didn't do anything particularly related to speaking. And then he decided that this would be a good thing to do, and he began to develop what he was going to say, and he had a clear sort of idea of it. But no one particularly was interested in using his services. But he kept going. He offered free gigs, as in he would say, well, I'll speak for free at your event if you like, or maybe he would try to make some contacts with people. And eventually he was invited to go to see a company, an organization that helps other businesses. And they sat him down and they said, right, Jeff, you've got 3 minutes, start your stuff now, and we'll see whether we like you. And fortunately, he had already prepared what he was going to say, and he was able to do that and just talk for 3 minutes without any stopping. He knew what he was going to do, and he said, oh yeah, he had his things already. And by doing that, he won the deal. The people who listened to him thought, yes, this is someone who knows what they're doing. This is a competent public speaker. And I guess that for me, maybe for all of us, what we want to do is improve our speaking and be reasonably competent. And that was something that can come through practice. And just speaking personally, Jeff has been an example of someone who started pretty much at the same level as I was, and just sort of moved up by putting himself out there, by taking that initiative, and by sharing his speech, having his content. So with all that, I think this has been a great event for doing that. The people who've done the competitions, they have been able to do that. And we're coming to that point where I'm about to invite Alexander to say some more about the competition as the judge. And I'll be allowing him to speak and unmute. And just to say that after Alexander's spoken, we'll then be moving back to the presenting team in sort of central Newcastle. So just so Alexander knows, that is what will be happening after that. Okay, so if Alexander could please raise his hand, and then Brian will be able to add to you. And also, I'm just going to make sure that Alexander can start his video, unmute himself. Right, Alexander, you are there. Can I just double check your sound, actually, because we've had these other changes. If you could just say a few words.
Sure. So how does it sound?
Yeah, that's brilliant. Okay, Alexander, thank you very much. Okay, so when you have finished, it will be back to the presenting team. So I will remove my own spotlight, and over to you.
Well, thank you so much, Richard. So I'm ready with the contest results. It has been a close battle. I'm happy to announce that there have been no disqualifications for any reason, which is always good. All the speakers were within time. And let's get to it. So let me present. I hacked a quick presentation. So first we go with the storytelling contest. I'm not sure if the presenters can help with some drum roll effects or something like that. Anyway, we'll pretend they're virtual. So for the third place, we have Penny Raptive. Congratulations, Penny. And now for the second place in the storytelling contest in English 2025 in Agora, we have Tomasa Monreal. Congratulations, Tomasa. I know it's especially hard to compete as a non-native English speaker in such a high-level English-speaking contest. So congratulations. And well, I don't know. I don't want to say that the result I think most people are expecting is what's gonna follow, but it is. So as always, he does steal the show when he participates, and the first place goes to Christopher Callaghan. So congratulations. And now for the humorous speaking contest. I guess there's not going to be so much tension once I indicate who the second is, because there are 3 contestants. But anyway, let's pretend. Anyway. So third place goes to Casey Callaghan. Congratulations, Casey. Second place goes to attention. Let's pretend I freeze for a second. My video is frozen. I don't know. And Penny Ratley. Congratulations, Penny. And of course, that only leaves one participant in the remaining first spot, which is, again, Chris Gallagher. So congratulations, Christopher, for that wonderful humorous speech. And that's all I have today. So go back to you, Richard.
Okay, thank you very much, Alexander. If you could stop sharing your screen, that would be great. And then we will...
We're going to be on screen.
Yes, as Alexander stops the sharing, we will now move back to the presenting team. So if you'd like to unmute yourselves and put the camera on for the presenting team.
Yeah, Richard, just a couple of minutes. We are setting.
Okay, that's great. Well, in that case, I will let me. I'm just going to put myself on Spotlight. And just share very briefly that you know, I took part in a competition last year and the year before that, and I have found that since the competition, and I'm particularly talking to the contestants here, that since the competition I've actually felt more confidence because I know that I did it and I can do it, and I if you like, I had that confirmation. That's what the word I'm looking for, the confirmation that it was possible to give a speech in this type of scenario, this type of event, and to fit the regulations that are laid down. And I think you know, it's a great accolade to everybody who's taken part, and you know, that includes maybe those who didn't get placed, but who knows, there's always more opportunities. And certainly the first time I took part in the competitions, I'd sort of felt I'd been bitten by a bug, and the next year I wanted to be back. That bug was there. And indeed that has happened and has been good. So I hope that's been a useful thing, and I'm just going to see that the presenting team has raised their hand. So let me see what's going on there. Okay, let us spotlight them. Oh, look at the team. Oh, fantastic. Excellent. Over to you, team.
Thank you very much, Richard. Thank you for stepping in with all that hosting duties. You did a wonderful job. Yes, this is from the team up in Newcastle upon Tyne. We've got Esther and Nellie at the front. We've got Mick, we've got James. This is Les here that you've not seen. This is Fred, and this is Jeff, who did all the filming and more. What I'm going to introduce now is a short video. Only runs for 2 minutes, but really this shows you what is the essence of Newcastle upon Tyne. And it is introduced by my good friend Brian Johnson, who you may know as the singer from rock giants AC/DC. Bye from Newcastle.
Bye.
Bye.
It's time. This time. Our time. One city. One club. One voice. Always devoted. Forever united. Supporting evermore. We are Jordans, Super Jordans. From the Tyne to the Thames, Wall's End to the Yellow Wall, St James's to the San Siro, to Wembley, We don't do quiet. Hear us coming, a black and white army. We're back. The time is now.